Speaking stand up. The sound amplitude keep quiet.
Yeah, there was sound.
Yeah, but we must keep quiet.
to bladder. Oh, wow, no wickets. No, so we without loss.
Yeah.
Perfect.
54 after 9.
Perfect, 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 perfect. That is brilliant. What a start. That side Titans gave the advantage away. They wanted to bowl first, and you know normally Actonville, we got two good seamers. They open up with two bloody left-arm slow guys. Idiots.
I see Pigeon saying quarter past 10 will be happy.
Let me put it on the group.
He's well. Working at in those offices with the government. I don't think he's enjoying it very much. But because he's playing such a large and key role there, he depends so much.
there's a store that side.
The stores there, you know, your coffee there. I realized I'm not getting sugar. Sure. Because I don't drink sugar, so I never ask for sugar.
Yeah, it's fine. It's crazy. How did this started about?
Yeah. Will bit of trouble there.
Yeah, sure. Doesn't look like he'll be able to just
surplus was very, very, yes. But,
And was it?
Okay, now when you got the call from your aunt that they're ready for us.
Okay, we're delivering it.
He's on his way, but he said be ready to. So that's why we rushed that. He just called me.
Okay, cool. Other than only broadcast temperate.
Yeah, now I mean, it's always better here over the weekend. So this is like very common. And there's a one-step camera. I'm not sure if behind the replays. Also for 41 of in his boundaries between
6 fours, 2 sixes, and you can see it has 3 fours, 1 6.
but the first week is 92. So both weeks are 92.
92 and 94.
2 and 94. And who is the bowler for this summer? David. Okay, let's keep it updated and told these guys. Keep cold out the oven. Warm, yes. So getting here towards the stem, it's blocking the wind. So it's quite pleasant there in the sun. But those guys on the other side are absolutely freezing.
You can see it's wind that's always, you see the trees there, it's all planted to your left.
Yes.
So it's just part of the B and C field that Willowmoore is there.
Yeah, and that's on the far side.
Yeah.
So generally, we all the time we see these trees here, and then also the ones on the side. That's a direct indication of the dating from this ground, the direction of the wind.
Yeah.
When is that starting?
We started with spring. Yeah, it's Saturday, Sunday, so it's well underway. Also in miserable conditions. Yeah, 9 years. Having to get out there and play. No, look, I must tell you the level of interest, the involvement of the parents and all the stuff is so different. Yeah.
No. I like your hat, right?
Yeah.
How are you, Aslan?
Very well, and yourself?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, how's it?
Hi, we've met.
Good.
Good.
Rodney, yeah.
Hello, Johan.
One and only.
Yes.
Skills?
Skes? Ons doen ook werk vir hulle. Maar ek werk nie direk vir hulle nie. Skes? Ja. En jy?
This is this one again. Hello and good morning from the Willowmoore Park Cricket Stadium in Benoni, where the first round of matches are taking place at this oval and the adjacent grounds as well. The 2026 Over-50 Interprovincial Cup, and we're happy to bring it to you live and exclusive here on Pitch Vision. And the host, of course, the Eastern Storm, playing against the defending champions, the Border Veterans. And the Border Veterans won the toss, elected to bowl first, and the home team are clearly in a very, very healthy state at the moment at 162 for 2. We're into the 30th over. And just to give you an update very quickly, Ibrahim Suleiman, the left-handed batsman, was eventually bowled by Henderson of 40 or 51. He had 3 fours and a 6. He was involved in an opening stand with Roland Braun worth 92 runs. Watching Justin Price running in and bowling. Single found at the third man area. And then Roland Braun was eventually stumped of the bowling of Taylor for 41 or 49. So both openers giving the Eastern Storms a really good start. And he hit 6 fours in his innings. Nell and Steyn, in the meantime, have continued where the openers left. Their partnership now worth 69 of just 76. And putting their team into a really strong position. It's a coolish morning, slightly windy, but there is the cold sun out here at the Benoni Oval. And the game, all of them started at exactly 9 o'clock. It's an 8-team tournament, and it's the 4th or the 5th edition of the Interprovincial Cup. And the defending champions here opening their account with the hosts. 163 for 2, the mandatory second drinks break now underway at the end of the 30th over. Alongside me for the in company as far as commentary is concerned, I'm happy to welcome Rodney Elliott.
Morning, Aslam. Rather wintry morning. I don't know if the sound of the howling wind is coming through on our FX microphone, but it's making itself felt up here. Do we count it as early winter or late autumn at this point? I'm never quite sure how the seasons align these days.
Well, I think we had an extended English summer, given that right until last week the Highveld just had continuous rain. So you're right. We're not too sure how to call it, but clearly we in the towards the end of autumn. So it's an autumnal coldish day here up on the Highveld, and but happy to say that overhead, talking about rain, we've got clear weather for today and for the rest of the tournament. Of course, the matches all continue today and tomorrow. There's a rest day on Wednesday, and then Thursday the matches continue, and the 2 teams in the respective groups, whoever finishes top, then play in the final here at the main oval on Friday. So all of that will come through to you live on YouTube Pitch Vision, courtesy of YouTube and Pitch Vision. And at the moment they are on a drinks break. So we'll go through what we've just observed so far in the fact that on all 3 of the grounds, the teams that won the toss elected to bowl first. And on all 3 fields, I might add, that the batting sides have had a really good start, and they put the bowling teams under much pressure. This outfield in absolute mint condition. The outfield is playing beautifully. It's a large field, and lots of good value for strokes. Having walked around the other 2, I must say that there's a bit of difficulty, although they're smaller fields. The thicker outfields has meant that the players batsmen have had to really work hard to get their runs. We'll get an update on those scores as well. Rodney has it on hand.
Yeah, the Lions, on a ground just visible to us as we look towards the chalet end, are currently 94 for 2 after 29 overs. Illustrative, that scorecard of what you told us about the heaviness of the ground and the slowness of the wicket. Neighbouring them, meanwhile, the Dolphins up against Western Province have rather circumvented that problem by not bothering with the outfield at all. They've been hitting sixes galore, and as things stand at present, are 198 for 3 after just 29 overs, a run rate of close to 7.
So Western Province really onto, is it the Dolphins onto a very good start?
Yeah.
Yeah, and really it's all about how the teams will measure themselves on these different fields. And most teams will take a note of C field, in that the boundaries are shorter, and you're going to need to really get after the bowling if you want to score runs, especially given the fact that the outfields are so thick. So they will have made notes of that, because net run rate does come into play here in this tournament, with two groups, as we've just mentioned, two groups of 4 teams each. And and most analysts make note of those type of things, where you can hit the most boundaries, where are they most possible. And I'm quite certain that the C field they will have made notes of what's gone on this morning on the C field. What I'll obviously be interested in is to see, as the day progresses and hopefully the temperatures rise by at least another 2 to 3 degrees, how the pitches will actually play in the afternoon. That this particular one that we're looking at, the one that's in your picture, has played really well. There has been a bit of turn on offer. There was just a bit of seam movement. It's not at high pace, I might add, so not the easiest for bowlers to negotiate. But I must say the batsmen have found it rather easy to score runs. They've been scoring at that average of about 5.4, 5.5 runs and over. And if it continues that way, I reckon they'll be posting a very good score. So scoring at 5.4, 15 overs remain in the innings, and according to the rules of play, the first power play, 1 to 15 overs, 3 fielders, given the fact that this is a seniors tournament over 50, they allow 3 fielders outside the inner ring, and then from over 16 to 30, which have just ended, they allowed 4, and now of course to the tail end of the innings, overs 31 to 45, which is power play 3, they will be allowed 5 fielders outside. So we'll be keeping a keen note on how they go about it. I must say that the 2 batsmen who are in your picture now, having a good chat, they've added this partnership of 69 of just 77, and I'm quite certain that during this break, the interval that they've just had, they will have set themselves some sort of a target in the remaining 15 overs. They both look really good, and Steyn in particular, in I think his last 20 odd runs have come off a number of boundaries, and earlier it looked like Nell was the big instigator, but he's held his end, and Steyn has really found the middle of the bat. So it's been good to watch. I must say that we don't expect to see good fast bowling and sharp running between the wickets, but the quality of play has been there, and I think what we've noted with the vets is that it's a serious competition now. And I must also just say to our viewers / listeners that prior to the start of play, the Eastern Storms went through a rigorous warm-up routine, which I was really surprised to see. They went through all of the fielding drills, all of the catching drills. The bowlers were having a run-in and bowling on the side. So there was nothing different to what you would see in a professional game. So it does augur well. And of course, Rodney, this all is so important because guys are now vying to be selected for the South African team. I think the World Cup is scheduled for Guyana in the West Indies. So this is a very important tournament, and there's much at stake.
Well, I don't think even among veterans you ever quite lose that competitive edge, do you? When you're playing cricket, you want to play it well and you want to play it competitively. And with national honours up for grabs, that only adds another incentive to be at your very best. So multiple layers of intrigue here. I must say, the fact that we've got 3 matches on the go, each within about 100 yards of each other, each being played in vastly different conditions, at least to present appearances, has made the whole experience doubly interesting. We're almost at 3 different venues at the same time, wandering or perambulating around all 3 grounds as we did about half an hour ago. It was almost a whiplashing experience, wasn't it? Going from the big hitting we're seeing from the Dolphins on the ground presently invisible to us, to the rather stodgy play between the Lions and their opponents on what I believe would be called the chalet end of the ground. What numbered field is that? That's
the B field, and then the C field is directly behind us, where, as you said, the Dolphins are getting on with it. So immediately after the drinks interval, it is Taylor again back into the attack and bowling to a hard-hitting Nell, who picks up a single to the into the deep.
So as I say, a pretty unique cricketing experience. If you're bored of the sixes, you can hop next door and see some stodgy proper cricket, you know. And on this ground, the main oval, we've got a nice balance between bat and ball for those who like a mix of the two things. So plenty on offer.
Flighted delivery, just well watched. Just to bring our viewers up to date as well, we gave the scorecard. Suleiman Ibrahim out for 40, Roland Braun out for 41. They put on 92 for the first wicket. And then the very well-known ex-cricketer, now veteran, Tyrone Henderson, bowled unchanged. And he bowled off spin today. He wasn't running in as we became so used to watching him during his career. He bowled gentle off spin with lots of flight. And he was very impressive. 9 overs, 3 maidens, picked up 1 for 28, got the wicket of Suleiman Ibrahim, the first wicket that fell. Flighted delivery again. It's a lovely looking cover drive, and that's going to beat the fielder. That's a neat little stroke into the gap on the offside. Nell opens up and scores yet another boundary, 166 to 170 for 2.
I remember saying to you just before the start of play that I thought your slow bowlers might have a decent day of it. The slower the better, in fact. You know, as batsmen get a bit older and those alveoli in the legs become more and the muscle fibers twitch with a little less alacrity, dancing down the track becomes that much more difficult and affords the slower bowlers a much greater margin for error. We've seen some beautiful flight of the kind in this age of darters. You're not often treated to, at least in the professional game.
So it looks like Taylor's about to complete his, he's completed his 9 in fact, so there'll be a change of bowling from the Ikurulani end. Taylor 9 overs, 1 for 47. Just organizing the field, because now there are allowed 5 fielders in the deep or beyond the inner circle, and given the fact that this field is so big, the deep extra cover is exactly halfway, and long off is now being brought into the inner circle, and they're fortifying that offside field. And in fact the fielder who was obviously out of your picture now moving to the towards that deep extra cover boundary. The leg side field, 1 fielder in the inner ring at deepish mid-wicket. And then we have the customary deep fine leg, deep mid-wicket and long on. Down the leg side, there's an appeal. It's brushed something on the way. No, it hasn't, because the umpire has now signalled a wide.
Rather belated, wasn't it? I think made that decision in steps. First got out of the way the declining of the shout for caught behind, and then declined to be fooled into forgetting to signal wide.
So what we've noted with the likes of Nell and Steyn, Nell plays beautifully over the leg side. He's adept to hitting the ball over the top. He's the non-striker, of course, and this is a punching straight drive, just a tightening of the wrists and a beautiful stroke, slightly over pitch on this occasion by Price, and beautifully dealt with.
Yeah, a lot of bottom hand in it, but beautifully timed. Didn't try to hit it too hard, got over it beautifully, and that brings up Steyn's 50. It's taken him just 47 balls, 8 fours and 0 sixes. The score now 175 for 2 after 31 overs.
It's a very good stroke. And you expect that being the first game after a long layoff, although apparently most of the teams have prepared well, the difference, of course, shows in the field. And Price, just his second over, has already gone for 20 runs. So he's bowling at a very crucial stage with the partnership very well established on 81. He's in now. This is wide outside the off stump, and the umpire will signal accordingly.
Yeah, the fielding's been of a very high standard, impressively so. It is at about the age of 50, I reckon, that the ground begins to seem impossibly far away. W.G. Grace famously was driven into retirement at precisely that age, by precisely that factor. He complained that although he could see the ball perfectly well when batting, and could still bowl some alluring donkey drops, fielding at point had become a bit of an ordeal. Not so for our players today, that they've been very neat and tidy.
Yeah, I think the point I made earlier about just the workout before the match actually started was quite hair-raising or eye-opening, that they were able to actually put in that it was a good tight 15 minutes because it was very cold this morning. Match started at 9 o'clock here in Benoni, South African time. So after the toss was taken at the 9:30, we still saw a bit of activity, and then they all left the field. So they do all look in fine fettle, and in fact both teams were warming up. Ultimately, I reckon that apart from the skills factor, which is so important, this could possibly be a tournament that will be the survival of the fittest. This is hit high up in there. There's a fielder under this one. It's a catch well taken, and a very good innings comes to a close from Steyn after reaching 52 or 49. He goes for the big hit. It was certainly there on the cards, and that's the third wicket that has fallen. 176 for 3, and we are into the 33rd over.
Yeah, he's absolutely rotten with himself, punching the air in despair. 2 men out for precisely that shot, and he picks out the one at cow corner. He's desperately disappointing, walks off cursing his fate, and the score now 176 for 3.
And Price will be delighted with that because he's got something to show now from his end. 1 for 21 after 2 overs. So in the end, he's got the key wicket, because you get the feeling that if the likes of Steyn stayed towards the end, he would have really been a menace with a bat in hand. So now joining Nell in the middle, it says Bernhard on the scorecard. We'll get the full name in a moment. But I think that wicket's come at an opportune time for the border veterans.
The internet's acting up. Nice action Price has. It reminds me a bit of Steve Elworthy of yesteryear. A sort of holdover from the age preceding the hegemony of the chest on, front on fast bowler who dominates today. I must say bowling actions aren't what they were, are they? I understand the reason for it, of course, you know, the imperative of protecting these highly trained athletes against the disaster that is the lower back stress fractures, but they just aren't as easy on the eye, those chest on actions, as the old-fashioned side-on windmilling variety.
So the 82-run partnership broken at the end of the 32nd over, with Steyn registering 52 of 50 with 8 fours, caught it long on of the bowling of Price. Now a new bowler into the attack, and it is Mr. Emsley that is bowling gentle off spinners, and the single found out to the offside by Nell. Bernhard will now take strike for the first time.
It's part of the charm, actually, of watching older cricketers ply their trade. You see a few things you didn't see formerly, a few styles and actions and batting guards. You know, I've seen a few players take strike on middle, which almost which is almost passé nowadays. And as I say, those beautiful side-on bowling actions are a sight for sore eyes too. As this one's bunted back to the bowler, no run.
Willie Bernhard out in the middle.
You were telling me a bit before we arrived, Aslam. This is my first visit to Willowmoore Park. About its history and its evolution through the years. Perhaps you'd like to share a few of those insights with our listeners.
Yeah, first of all, one of the oldest grounds still in use. Many of the centres have had new grounds, Bloemfontein, Potchefstroom. The Wanderers itself, of course, is the new Wanderers, because there used to be the old Wanderers in the just off the middle of Johannesburg, where the current park station is. Where the park station is situated. That's a good little whip just beyond the field at Long On. It's beautifully placed by Nell. Good to see a bit of innovation and cheek as well in the way he dispatched that stroke. 34 now to him of 45, 182 for 3. That run rate remains at 5.5. And I reckon with him still out in the middle, Nell, anything beyond 6 and 6.5 will be exactly what the Eastern Storms will be looking for. Andrew Amsley in again. This time it's short and it's pulled away. There's a gap on offer. The field is trying in vain. It's a long chase. He was standing at a really deep mid-wicket area. I was just telling one of the organizers here earlier that perhaps for the veterans they should look to bring the boundaries in and keep it at a standard 60 meters, which apparently the adjacent fields are at around 60 to 65. And it's not so much because we don't want to see this, or we just want to see 6 and 4, but given the age of the players, to give them that opportunity. Now he makes way, backs away to the leg side, and then just lofts us over the top for a single. Clever batting.
Yeah, that's a couple of times now. He's shaped as if to cover drive a half volley outside the off stump, and then sort of closed the face and dragged it round to cow at the very last moment. I must say, on both occasions, it's rather deceived my eyes. I've been looking towards the sweeper on the offside, only to find Long On called into requisition. Very clever batting. If it's deceptive to me, I'm sure it's just as deceptive to the fielders, who's been caught on his toes a couple of times in that over, caught on his heels rather.
Yeah, so just going back to all the cricket grounds around the world, so this around the country. So this is clearly one of the oldest of the lot. Famous, it became very famous in the post-war period when one of the England greats on England's tour to South Africa registered the first 100 on South African soil, and that was Mr. Compton himself, Dennis Compton, the father of Patrick, a very famous writer in South Africa, and his brother, who played their cricket and plied their trade in Durban.
He did it at a rate of knots, if I remember correctly. I remember reading about this in one of Charles Fortune's old books. Did it in less than a day, by all accounts. Perhaps the fastest triple century ever scored to that point.
And I must say that if we consider the fact that these boundaries are so huge, if it was the same at that stage, and you can just imagine what it must have been like. My late uncle Rafiq Kota, who played for the Transvaal Indians and for the South African Indians way back in the 50s, his favorite player was Dennis Compton. I just had to get that one in.
He wouldn't be alone in that. The golden boy was Dennis Compton, very much the Joe Root of his time.
And he was, of course, one of the first players that was signed to advertise a commodity of sorts, and it was Brial cream, because he did have the most wonderful crop of hair over his head, and they felt there's no one else that could sport Brial cream better than him. And the story goes that because he was sponsored, he wasn't allowed to wear caps. This one's down the leg side again from Mr. Price, Justin. So another extra added to the total, 189, looking really good.
By all accounts, Compton made more money off that endorsement than he ever did playing cricket. Do they still sell Brill cream? Is it still a thing?
I'm not sure. It's a very good question.
I might have given way to hair gel. You get the wet look without the floppiness nowadays.
Yeah, and you can use the gel to give yourself a rather dragon-like look as well, with all of those spikes.
Nevertheless, we're watching Bernhard now on one. Oh, he gets nicely on top of that cut. The fielder has to make a long way around, and then some good footwork ensures that it doesn't get to the boundary. That's a vital stop. But they turn for the third run, which means Nell will now take strike. He's on 40. And those 3 runs takes Bernhard to 4, the total to 193. And we are in the 34th over of the innings. There are 12 overs and a bit that remains immediately after this. The run rate now has gone up to 5.8. Another shortish delivery outside the off stump. Just hangs or comes lazily off the pitch, so he's unable to get his bat nicely in line for that stroke, but does pick up the single.
Sweeper's heart was in his mouth there. He's been called into action a great deal in this over, certainly earning his keep.
Price in again. This is neatly turned to the leg side, and then run turned down by Nell, wisely so, because that was a good pick up and throw from the fielder at backward square, adjacent to the umpire. And that is also the end of the 34th over. 194 for 4, 11 remain. The run rate has jumped from 5.4 to 5.7, and Nell will retain the strike. He's on 41 of 49. So yeah, this ground has, of course, since 1992, when South Africa were reintroduced into the world community, has hosted a number of one-day internationals and lots of warm-up games. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it hosted one test match. It may have been against, it may have been South Africa versus Bangladesh. I stand for correction.
Wish I could check that.
So whilst Rodney has all his stats at hand to look for that, we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Just to mention again that Border, who are out in the middle in the field, who won the toss and elected to bowl first, actually won the last competition. They defeated Western Province. Western Province ended on 230 for 8 in their 45 overs. And the Border team passed it with just 4 wickets down, and with 3 overs and 3 deliveries remaining outside the off stump, pushed into the cover region. There's no run for Nell. Early this morning there was, it wasn't gale force wind, but I must tell you that it was high wind. Another one of those lofted drives, very deliberately just hit over the bowler's head towards the long on area. Now picks up a single. There's a fielder stationed deep at long on, and then a deep mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square leg in the mid wicket. That's the leg side field for Emsley as he runs in again. This time it's neatly placed to the offside. They run the cheeky single. The throw goes to the right end. It was a cheeky single, but the fielder at point didn't get to it quick enough. And Nell, in the end, timed that very nicely. So he obviously wants to take strike. So Emsley in again, outside the off stump, the stump on the back foot. Again pushes to the long on area for a single. The offside field very quickly. A short third man, a backward point, all in the inner circle, and then a deep cover point on the boundary. Wideish extra cover, and then a long off. That's the field for Bernhard as he watches this flighted delivery, just pushes it out to the fielder who will come off the long off boundary to keep it down to a single. And there's 2 balls that remain in the 35th over, 198 for 3.
Well, I can't find any evidence that Willowmoore Park's ever hosted a test match, but it's hosted a great deal.
Shot and pulled across the line. Once again, long on comes into the picture, tidies up and keeps it down to a single. He seems to be the fittest fellow of the Border veterans. Kept it down to a single. Once again, it means that Nell will take strike at the beginning of the 36th over. 199 for 3 at the end of the 30. Is it 35 or 36? End of 30?
35.
35. 199 for 3.
Yeah, so no test matches to date, but it's hosted a great deal and a great variety of international cricket just lately, including some of our up-and-coming African sides. Most recently, Uganda took on Kenya here in a T20 in 2023. Its first one only came a year before when Botswana took on Uganda. You'll be familiar, Aslam, with...
Short and pulled across the line, and there was a catch on offer, and unfortunately it's been grasped, but it was powerfully played by the Burley Nell. So chance gone down, and that single brings up the 200 for the Eastern Storm Vets.
I think at best a half chance. Let's be generous. It was a long hop and was pulled very powerfully and very low to his left-hand side. It would have taken some catching. As it is, it took some stopping, and he did very well to get anything on it, I think.
You're right, to be fair to the fielder there. 200 up, as we've mentioned. So, yes, the African Cricket Association 8 Nations first ever T20 tournament took place here. On also the adjacent fields, that's a good delivery from Price. It straightened up, and Bernard on that occasion was looking to maybe just get a touch on the bat to ride it down to the third man area, and it's hit him in line. The umpire unhesitatingly gives him out. That's the fall of the 4th wicket, exactly with the score on 200, and that's the end of Willie Bernard's innings, trapped LBW by Price.
Yeah, it had been a productive shot off the bowling of Price, that little tickle down to third man. I'd suggest more than half of his runs conceded came in that fashion, but on this occasion, a little too straight for it, not enough room, and it did shape back into the right-hander quite late in the piece, and really I gave it out instantly from up here. There was only one decision to be made here. I think it hit the back pad perfectly adjacent to middle stump, about halfway up. As an umpire, you dream of decisions like that. No one's going to complain at seeing the middle finger. Why did I invoke the middle finger? The index finger there.
So Muller, the next batsman in. It's key to take wickets in the closing stages with 10 overs to go, which means the new batsman has to now settle in, get a feel of the pitch as well, have a look at the bowlers. So the key here would be for Muller to just rotate the strike initially to keep Nell, to ensure that Nell has most of the strike in these last 10 overs. Although I must say it's been a while since we've seen a boundary, perhaps just a few overs, but the longer he stays, it will be important for the Eastern Storms, because then it will allow the likes of Nell to really open up towards the closing stages. Now we'll have a good look at Muller, another right-handed batsman in, and Price picking up his second wicket. Right arm orthodox in again. Nice and straight, he strapped him LBW, and the given unhesitatingly again from the umpire. This ball just seemed to nip back enough to have beaten the inside edge of the bat, and it's not hit him that high up. He was clearly on the back foot, and once again given out. So 2 wickets in 2 balls here for the Border Vets, and Price certainly celebrating 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. 200 for 5.
Yeah, and another LBW. I would give a lot to see a hat trick of LBWs. It's a very rare sight. I think the great Frank Chester, famous one-armed umpire of the first half of the 20th century, once gave 3 in a row, and as his finger was going up for the third, he ejaculated, "Bless me, that one's out too," famously. You'd be a brave umpire to repeat that, but if it's out on its own terms, you ought to give it. So some intrigue and excitement here, and potentially the record-breaking variety as the new batsman heads to the crease. Is this Fazil?
This must be Wajid Fazil,
Yeah.
a left-hander, and originally from Pakistan, has settled in South Africa for I think over 30 years, and played for Alberton, in domestic league cricket out in the Johannesburg region in the Gauteng leagues. Played for Lenasia as well, for my team. I know he bowls left-handed. Whoopee left-arm bowler. Very good all-rounder, wonderful fielder. And as you've seen there, were right-handed batsman. So Wajid Fazal, very established, very much a South African these days.
Unfortunately, he didn't have the decency to fall victim to a third successive LBW. I think that'll be a once-in-a-lifetime sight if I ever get to see it.
Oh, again, he's picked up a wicket, the middle stump out of the ground. He's got the key wicket, the prize wicket of Nell. He's got the ball to just tail back in this entire over, and he's been rewarded with 2 LBWs and then a single out to the cover region, and then bowls Nell for a well-played 45 or 54. And this is wonderful bowling from Price, picking up his fourth, 201 for 6.
Yeah, back of a length on middle stump, kept a fraction low. I think after those 2 wickets, he's generated a bit of a head of steam. That looked a yard or two faster than its predecessors, and certainly rushed Nell into his shot, which he was barely complete with by the time the middle stump had left its socket. The score now 201 for 6 after 36 overs.
So a memorable 36 over for the team, and as well as Mr. Price himself, having picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls and then a third to finish the over. And he does sport some rather impressive figures, having gone for, I think it was 18 runs in his first over. So 201 for 6, and that after 36 overs. 4 for 29, that makes very impressive reading from Price, and I'm sure he will continue from here. He's kept it straight, that's been the key. He's found the right length as well. And I think we were talking off air about just keep it cool. Just be very calm, especially when age is against you. You don't want to pull a muscle. And I think that's what he's just demonstrated very beautifully in this short spell of his. 4 overs, 4 for 29. So Emsley will continue from the far end. That's Andrew Emsley.
We'll say
Short run up, angle, short and angle run up. Bowls seam up. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Fuzzle now facing, he's on 1. Plays a quiet looking drive out to the offside for a single.
Sorry about that. We'll say there's nothing like a couple of wickets to help you roll back the years and forget that injunction to take care of your body. The latter half of that over was as quick as anything we've seen today on any of these pitches. Oh, cheers, thank you.
7 bowlers have been used in the innings so far. Nicely pitched up, drives it quietly past the diving bowler on his follow through, and that will allow Kruger to get off the mark as well. New batsman in.
Slightly difficult to recalibrate one's thinking. You know, accustomed as we are in this day and age to the 50 over format, slightly difficult to rethink it and recalibrate the tempo in line with the 45 overs to which we're limited today. Of course, a lot of these players will have played domestic cricket back when our limited overs competition was of 45 overs. That persisted for a long time, didn't it?
You're absolutely right. Tyrone Henderson was clearly one of those that played in that era when the domestic competition was then reduced, first started at 45 and then went to 50.
Always seemed a strange anomaly to me. Why play 45 overs in your domestic competition as preparation for 50 in the internationals?
Full toss pulled across the line. It's going to land between 2, maybe 3 fielders converging. They'll turn for the second. Yeah, and it was peculiar at that time, I remember, but I think one of the constraints was being able to start late and finish early, and so they had to reduce it in some way. and then also to get to finish the games in time, because when there was rain interruptions and all of that, it all came into play. It was at the time when I made debut on television broadcast, and I remember that was very much part of the discussion then. So end of the 37th over, they scored 206 for 6 with two new batsmen in, Kleingeld and Fazil. I thought it was Dion Kruger, but they've changed to the name up on the scoreboard. The two of them came in with a score on 200 for 5 when we saw a rather memorable over from this man in picture, number 72, Mr. Justin Price. And if he can pry out a few more wickets here, I tell you what, that score of about 250 that looked very much on the cards, 260 also, they may fall slightly short of that. And the fact that they've lost the hard-hitting Johan Nel for a very well-played 45 means that there's a lot of responsibility on the lower middle order. Wajid Fazil, I must say, is a very innovative player. I saw him as a young man that'll run away for 4. It almost teased the fielder all the way to the boundary. It was beautifully timed, just wide of the fielder at wideish cover, and 4 runs. So the first boundary for Fazil takes the score to 210. He was one of those that would play the reverse sweep and the lap shot and all of that very early on, when he was still, I think, in his middle and late 20s, playing for Lenasia. And it was pretty inspirational in the middle order. Captained the team for some time as well in the Premier League. So very experienced. He's facing now. I love the way he's just timed the balls. Those that were pitched up to him, he was able to negotiate it out into the gaps on the offside. And then here he waits on it, plays it with an open-faced bat wide of the fielder at point, picks up another 2 runs. So very effective in the way he's just gone about his batting.
He's got a lovely energy at the crease, very much on the balls of his feet, into position nice and early.
Again, opens the face, just plays it to the left of the fielder at backward point. Well-timed run and good backing up from Kleingeld.
He's picked up the measure of this wicket very quickly. You'd think he'd been batting on it an hour. Played the ball really nice and late there, under the eyes, helping it down to short third man for a single, having already shown the other side of his game, the more expansive one, driving on the up, straight past the bowler.
That's Sean Kleingeld, who's on strike right now. Misses a full-length delivery outside the off-stump that was there for the taking, no doubt, but he's just come in. So just looking at the number of overs now, 2 balls remain here in the 38th over. Sounds those flurry of wickets that have fallen. The run rate has stayed at a static 5.7. It did almost touch 6.1 at one stage. So the border vets have fought back very nicely, clearly at the hands of some effective bowling from Price, who's in now to complete this over. Ball attempted turn down the leg side. There's a appeal, but the umpire turns it down, and that'll be the end of the 37th over. It's 213 for 6. The 2 teams out in the middle. Border, the defending champions, with ball in hand against Eastern Storms, the hosts of the 2026 Over-50 Inter-Provincial Tournament. 4 veterans, and for those of you who are joining us just off late, this is the opening day of the matches. There are 2 others that are continuing on the adjacent fields here at a very large and impressive Willowmoore Park on a very sunny but coolish day up here on the Highveld in Benoni, South Africa. And after a very good opening stand of 92 between Suleiman Ibrahim and Roland Braun, there was another partnership of 82 for the 3rd wicket, which was between Ibrahim and Johan Nel, who got 45 or 55. They put on 82 for that 3rd wicket, and then there was an over where we saw 3 wickets falling. Wide outside the off-stump, goes across the line here, does Wajid Fazil, looking to just place it into that region outside or in the on the off region. Misses on this occasion. The ball maybe just hopped up on him a little quicker than he expected. The wicketkeeper standing up, Sean Fourie. He's been pretty impressive. Also just making sure that he's got his fielders in the right position, assisting his captain. He's also the captain of the South African team, of course, I might add, that played in the last World Cup.
Very good single there. Non-striker had set off, Kleinveld had, almost before the ball had struck the bat. Caught the fielder on his heels and a single accrues.
Wonder if that's just a sign of maybe tiredness. Russell Bennett, of course, the captain of the Border Vets and also the South African team. Flighted delivery, just played down by Kleingeld, Dion Kleingeld.
Any connection to the great Rory?
Well, I see it says Kleingeld there, and Rory is Kleinveld.
So probably not.
Probably not.
Unless there was a misspelling on the birth certificate.
Off the back foot punches, but straight to the fielder. Does well to just stop that, preventing any runs being scored. So the Border Vets have certainly tightened things up very nicely. Just 1-4 in the last 2, maybe 3 overs off the bat of Wajid Fazil. Emsley in again to finish his over. This time it's in the gap, and Kleingeld will pick up the single. And that'll end the 39th over, 214 for 6. To 215 for 6, in fact, with that single.
Kleingeld could almost be named after my bank account.
Make that the two. Make that 2 of us. Sean Kleingeld.
Yeah, it's turning into a rather beautiful autumnal afternoon. One of those quite unique to the Highveld, at least in South African terms. You feel downright frostbitten in the shade, but in the sunshine, it's downright balmy.
Hits him on the full again. Has this come off the edge of the bat? There was an impassioned appeal there from the very successful bowler now, Mr. Justin Price, who's been exceptional in the way he's just reacted with the ball after having gone for runs in his first 2 overs. He's now got 4 for 36. He's just started his 6th over, the 40th of the innings. He's in again, outside the off stump, pushed towards that fielder. I think he's been moved slightly backward to try and prevent that single that has been taken there during the last over. Third man, a good 10 meters off the boundary.
I think the main difference for Price has been a straightening of his line. He was offering a lot of width outside the off stump early on.
Correct. This time again, it's just slightly overpitched on the line of leg stump and then just turned away to the leg side. It almost gets to the boundary, so this is a very good stroke, and Wajid Fazil having to sprint into the to make his end on the far side. A good throw comes in from the deep, and they manage 3 runs. So Kleingeld adds to his tally of scores. He moves to 6, 220 with those 3 runs taken, 220 for 6, as the scoreboard does tick over, and also indicates that there's 2 balls left in this Price over. Fazil on 11. Ooh, ball's wide outside the off stump, not wide enough to be adjudged illegal, but it keeps low as it goes through to the keeper on the half volley. Once again, plays that so neatly, just waits on it. And I think this is experience about how to play on a slow, low wicket, is to wait for the ball to come to you instead of you reaching out for it. We were also talking off air about the effectiveness of a good sweep shot if you can play it well on a slower wicket. So when you do play those type of strokes outside the off stump, it's of a similar ilk, where you're waiting on it and then just allowing yourself to get in line and play it there. So it's neatly steered for 1, 221 for 6. And Price runs in. This ball comes off a thick inside edge, ends up at square leg, no run. So Emsley, in fact, it looks like they either undercounted or overcounted the delivery, but that does end Price's over. And I'm just going to make absolutely certain that the score is 221 for 6 after 40 overs.
He's got lovely hands, doesn't he, Fuzzle? Almost make the bat seem an extension of the limb clinging onto it. An amazing touch player. Never quite leaves you when you've got that natural gift. And as I say, a very busy, energetic player at the crease. Gets into position really early, plays the ball really late. If you can master that combination, well, you've mastered half of batting.
So Emsley will start the 41st over into his 5th over now, none for 24. And there's the attempted reverse sweep, but the ball's much too wide to make any contact and falls as he attempts that stroke. So in the end, a dot ball. Wide it up, but because he was playing that unorthodox stroke, the umpire was lenient and allowed it to be a legitimate delivery. Emsley taking his time to get to his mark. Yeah.
Yeah, slightly telegraphed, wasn't it? Bowler had all the time in the world to adjust.
Again, this opens the face. In fact, playing to the left and right of the fielders in the inner cover region, what I would do as a skipper is, amongst the 50-year-olds that are here, who's the fastest, who's the quickest? Let's get them in the inner ring, because they've just picked up too many singles either side of the fielders. Emsley in again, played across the line, but it's effective. He'll get just one. Too long on. Just coming back to the Kleingelds and the Kleinvelds. So Rory Kleinveld, wonderful career for Western Province, and then also played a number of tests and one-day internationals for South Africa, and now is carving his niche as a very good coach. I think he's a bowling coach in one of the provincial sides. Over pitch delivery, slightly mistimed, but misfielded as well, and that will allow Fazil to run through for one. But his uncle, Johnny Kleinveld, was a superb all-rounder, played for Western Province and for Transvaal, pre-unity. And when you talk about hard-hitting batsmen in South African cricket during the 70s and 80s, ball across the line, that's very well timed by Kleingeld, gets onto it nicely, and that's well fielded. So it's a long throw from that very deep boundary. I thought maybe another run would be for the taking, but he probably overran it on the far side. So they decide to stay for a single. And when you talk about the likes of Adrian Caper and Laurie Wilmot and even the likes of Alan Lamb, those real hard strikers of the ball. Chris Wilkins from Eastern Province comes to mind. There's the little switch hit, and it runs away for 4. Isn't that just beautifully timed? What a sweet stroke. I spoke about it before he actually played the stroke in this innings, because I saw him do it as a young man. That boundary takes him to 18. It's a welcome boundary here in the 42nd over. 229 for 6, and that takes Fuzzle to a very effective 18 runs, almost unnoticed in the way he's gone about his batting. And then, of course, on the non-racial side of things, in the South African Cricket Board and South African Cricket Board of Control, names that come to mind. Shukri Conrad's dad was a magnificent stroke player, the late Siddiq Conrad, or Dickie as they called him. And then playing alongside him was the likes of Saeed Majid, who was one of the great all-rounders of his era. Dances down the track and then pulls across the line. He'll get just one, will Kleingeld. But importantly, that it will be Fazil who will take strike. 230. It is, of course, still Price with ball in hand. Right arm seam up. Right arm over seam up, and he's into Fazil. Short back lift. Again, getting into position to play the lap shot. Doesn't make it. The throw comes to the far end. They'll run the leg by. The umpire will signal that and confirm the extra. So amongst those great hard hitters of the game, Johnny Kleinveld has to stand out as one of the most powerful strikers of the ball that that era witnessed. Now I'll give you one incident or one anecdote about my experience with him. This ball comes off a thickest inside edge, doesn't go anywhere. So a single denied. And we were playing against Thistles, Pirates Cricket Club, playing against Thistles at the Bosmont Oval. Let's watch this delivery from Price. Again, pulled across the line. He loves the little pull shot, does Kleinveld. And the fact that he's not playing with that much of power means that he's just got away with the ball landing either side of the fielders, but he's picked up the single again. He's moved to 13 of 22, 32 for 6. And I remember we bowled them out very cheaply, and they followed on. And that's all Johnny Kleinveld needed to show his prowess. He was sent up the order. This is a lovely stroke by Wajid Fazilabeh as well. He just gets down to it rather late, but plays it effectively enough all the way to the backward square boundary for 4. His third boundary, 236 for 6. He moves to 22. The partnership 35 here for the 7th wicket, and they certainly needed a grouping here, a group of scores being put together, given the fact that they lost 3 wickets with this in the space of just 24 runs. So long off brought into the field. Can he prevent the single? This time he does play the attempted lap shot. Again, comes off the pad. So I have to say that that part of his game has not left the mental side of it. Of course, he's unable to produce it, given the fact that he's over 50 now. And that ends the over, the 42nd gone. 3 overs remain, 237 is what they've achieved. Can this pair of batsmen take them to that score about 255, 260? And I reckon they'll have a score to defend.
You can see why he's so keen on that option. Plenty of vacant real estate behind him on both sides of the wicket. When there's not much pace on the ball, that sort of stroke becomes all that much more difficult to pull off. It's very much a use the pace kind of stroke, isn't it? And when you're facing a bowler 50 plus years of age, bowling low 100s, early 110s, you're I don't know, you're making life perhaps unduly difficult for yourself. Perhaps a low full toss would be optimal to play in that fashion, but anything short of that, you're probably going to struggle.
Change of bowling on the far side. Or is this still Amsley? I reckon it's still Amsley. 5 overs, none for 32. He will continue. As I said, a really angled run up into the right-handed Fuzzle. Full toss, and he plays this over the top, but doesn't middle it, doesn't play where he intended it to, and it goes through for a single to deep point. So just to complete that story, and having asked Thistles to bat again, Johnny Kleinveld may have come in at 3 or 4, and to make sure that he would actually get past the follow-on score and to deny us a victory, and he achieved that. Well, what I can tell you is that I was on the long off and long on boundary for quite a bit of the innings.
A nerve-wracking experience always when there's a big hitter at the crease.
Not so much. I'll tell you why. Because the ball was still on its upward trajectory when it passed me. So
you were as much a spectator as the crowd.
That's right. And fetching the ball wasn't easy because it was another 60 meters into the adjacent ground. I often talk about the power hitting, and then I remember he played one game for Transvaal in Lenasia, and batting at number 10 or 11, he just picked up a number of 6s with effortlessly, you know. And unfortunately, his time in the Transvaal didn't last too long. He went back to Cape Town, completed his career there, and unfortunately, a few years ago, he passed away through cancer. But Johnny Kleinveld, the story goes about him is that he wasn't just this wonderfully gifted cricketer, but he was certainly a character off the field. 240 for 6. Oh, an attempted pull, and he's played on. He turns and puts the bat under his shoulders, peels off his gloves, and walks towards the grandstand. So 240 for 7 it will be here, the start of the 43rd over, and he plays on to Emsley. So after a partnership of 39 runs, he makes his way out for 15 of 22 deliveries.
Yeah, not perhaps the most beautiful piece of cricket any of these players have seen in their long and storied careers. A low full toss and a cross-batted swipe terminating in the dislodging of the off bail. Bring a blush to any batsman's face, that one, and perhaps the bowler has the decency to blush as well, because to get a wicket with a delivery like that must seem like all your Christmases have come at once.
Yeah, so Fazil still there on 23 of 18. We'll get to see who's just joined him in the middle. Kruger. So Dion Kruger finally does come to the middle. And there are exactly 2 overs and 2 balls that remain. So 14 balls remain in the innings. And can they get it to 260? A lot rests on the likes of Fazil. Having spoken or waxed lyrical about his cricket, I don't remember him being a powerful hitter and a striker of big sixes. He is that workman-like type of a batsman. So will Dion Kruger be able to do that? He's attempting it. The ball comes off some part of his body, and an overthrow will allow them to run through for 2. So that takes the score to 242 for 7.
Would you agree that whatever they end up with here, I doubt they'll get much further than 265, whatever they get here, probably a bit below par. I think these look like prime batting conditions.
Up in the air, playing across the line was Kruger, and another wicket for Emsley. So he adds to his tally of 1. He's now got 2 for 37. That's the 8th wicket. And I must say that in this last 15 overs, the border veterans have really just kept things together. They've tightened their fists, and they've picked up wickets at regular intervals. And as you say, maybe that par score, or well below it, is what they were aiming at. And at one stage it looked like a score of 265, 270 was going to be almost a given, but they fought back very well. And as you describe, on a surface that has looked good for batting. 242 for 8.
Yeah, and a lush outfield to go with it. You get full value for your shots. The ball comes on nicely to the bat and tends to leave it at a rate of knots too. The outfielders have stood very little chance when the ball's cleanly timed 10 yards either side of them. So anything short of a run of ball will take a lot of defending, one feels. New batsman comes to the crease. It's a Grobbelaar.
Yeah, you've got to be a really well-organized team when it comes to run chases. Once the score is on the board, you mustn't get sort of overawed or get caught or get yourself set in a trap, and then the rest of the batsmen can come out of it. The fact that it's a 45-over match, it does allow the batsmen to reorganize themselves, as we saw, partly for that partnership of 82 for that 3rd wicket. And Emsley picks up his 5th wicket, would you believe? He's clean bowled Wajid Fazil playing across the line. He's the key man that they've just removed here towards the end. And the fight back continues, and that at the hands of the very impressive Mr. Justin Price. Picking up his 5th, and clearly has a lot to celebrate. Wajid Fazil's innings comes to an end, 23 of 19 with 3 fours.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? He's probably been the main factor in ensuring that this score remains somewhat under par. He perhaps offered a bit too much width early on, was being milked pretty severely his first over or two down to 3rd man and square of the wicket. But in more recent times, he's bowled wicket to wicket and has not infrequently hit the one at the other end.
So wickets falling on 240, 242 and 242. So that clutch of wickets continues to fall here for the Eastern Storm. And his Price almost single-handedly playing his team back into this contest in a big way. 5 for 48. And he's only into his 8th over. He's in again now to the new batsman in, Taladia. Works it out to the onside. They'll run through for a single. And that will allow Grobbelaar to face for the first time. So that single takes them up to 243 for 9.
Sorry, I'm trying to get his best bowling figures.
This
but
big
the-
gust of wind comes across the field as Price runs in. Good high arm action. He's pretty nice and tall. Frobler plays out to the offside. He'll pick up the single. 244 for 9.
What do you reckon? Am I just imagining it, or is there a bit of Steve Elworthy in Price's bowling action? Lovely arched back, slightly side on, quick arm action.
High arm action as well. Very, very tall at the point of delivery. It's a nice looking stroke off the back foot. Taladia picks up. In fact, I thought he was just going to pick up one, but just a slight wobble or fumble, and they've picked up 2. Yeah, you may be right. Also tall, almost lithe in his stature as well. Runs in now for the 5th ball of the 44th over. Played across the line. He's missed this one. It's on a full length. That tends to happen with tail-enders. If you just look to stay and hit through the line, anyway on the offside, if he does time it well, if he beats the inner ring, it'll go for 4 square off the wicket. There is a long off in position, some 10 meters off the boundary. Price in again. And that's exactly what I was talking about. And he pushes through for a good-looking single out to that lone fielder in the deep on the offside. So 247 for 9. And just 7 balls remain. No, in fact, that's the end of the over. 44 complete, 247 for 9.
It's his first fifer in over-50s competition and his second fourfer this season alone. He's had a heck of a time of it, has Price. His previous match, in fact, brought him figures of 4 for 48. The economy compares favourably on this occasion. Those 48 runs in his previous outing coming off just 7 overs, whereas on this occasion he's been extremely economical. 53 from his 8 overs to date.
So Taladia about to take strike. He's on 4. Last over, 5.6 runs an over. They're on 247 for 9. Emsley, who's bowled unchanged since he came into the attack early on, will start his, is it 7th over?
Yeah.
7th over.
You know, I say extremely economical, but actually now I've done the maths in my head. It works out as almost identical. 6.7, which, while you're taking wickets, doesn't really matter, does it?
It doesn't. You ask any captain, if your bowler's given you 5 wickets for 53 runs, sometimes it's better than... and the fact that the wickets have fallen at regular intervals is the reason why they've been able to just have a semblance of control in the last 15 overs. 200 for 4 in 35.3 overs. So what's happened in the last 10 overs has been exceptional work from the bowling team. That's a good straight drive by Taladia. Or is it Grobler, in fact? And they run through for 2. No, the umpires signaled 4, so there's been a bit of a misfield in the deep. I must say I took my eye off play, so I didn't see that happen, but that's a vital 4 runs because it takes them beyond 250, 252, and with I think 4 balls remaining in the innings.
In fairness to you, I think the fielder out there sold us all a dummy.
He got nowhere near it, did he?
Well, he pretended to pick it up and throw it, and I think that's why we assumed he had. Yeah.
The old trick, of course, from the outfield, if you experience enough, another single found to the leg side, does bring that long on fielder into the picture, keeps it down to 1, 253 for 9. Taladia on strike on 5, and just 3 balls remain in the innings. Emsley over pitches, and then trying to force this, but only gets it as far as long on for yet another single. Importantly, they'd have batted their 45 overs, given the fact that they lost wickets in clutches on 2 occasions in the innings. And let's not forget 3 in 1 over. There's a good straight drive through to straight long on. And 1 ball remains now in the innings, 255 for 9. And it's really going to be all about how Eastern Storm's bowlers will react on this pitch. They will have seen it. They will have probably picked up that it clearly will be a 2-pace pitch. Down the track, this is a lofted shot played out in the air. The fielder just gets to it, but it is Krobla Taladia that turns for the third or for the second, and they complete the run. The throw comes in, but they managed to do that, and we'll get confirmation of the score in a moment. But that is the end of the Eastern Storm innings. Krobla 7, Taladia 6.
An exceptional job Border did there of pulling back what at one stage looked like rather a parlous position. In fact, 13 overs into this innings, the score was 82 without loss. Then followed a couple of tight overs by Tyron and Dan, and then the flurry of wickets, which has continued unabated almost throughout the ensuing 30 overs or so.
Now, I have to concur. It's a good fight back. And at one stage, it didn't look that way because the openers, especially the top 3, 40, 41, 45, respectively, for Suleiman, for Braun, and for Nell. And then there was a very well-played 52 by Andre Steyn. So the entire top order contributing. And then just a whole lot of wickets falling in clutches, as I said, on 2 occasions. And saw them reduced to the score of 200, 231 for 6, and in the end 257 for 9. So a good fight back, and you have to say that the bowlers towards the latter part of the innings did a wonderful job. Kruger 5 overs, none for 24. I'll just make a note of that as well. And then Henderson bowled his 9 as we've got. Emsley has completed his lot. And then Price, we said 5 for 35. Ellis 4 overs, none for 26. And he was the opening bowler. He was pretty impressive, but unrewarded. And then Taylor, 9 overs, 1 for 47.
Dash to the bathroom, I'm pretty desperate.
Raja Nazir, not registered there, but nevertheless, that is where they've ended. So 257 for 9. And just to confirm that the Eastern Storms were certainly satisfied in the early part of the innings, where the likes of Ibrahim, Braun, Nell and Steyn got scores of 40, 41, 45 and 52 to really ensure that they got to a competitive score. And the story of the day certainly has to be that of 5 for 53 in his 8 overs from Justin Price. His first 2 overs went for 22 runs, but he was able to keep it very straight, picked up 3 wickets in 1 over, and then continued to be very, very effective and consistent in his lines, and therefore rewarded. So we'll stop there for now. There's a 40-minute break before the target of 258 will be chased by the Border veterans, who are the defending champions of the Over-50 Interprovincial Tournament. Until a little later, it's goodbye from Willowmoore Park. Hello and welcome back to Willowmoore Park in Benoni, where the 2026 Over-50s interprovincial tournament has gotten underway on all three grounds at this wonderful venue. And on the main oval, of course, all eyes on the defending champions Border Veterans up against the Eastern Storm. And the Eastern Storm, after having been sent into bat, managed 257 for 9 in their allotted 45 overs, and that coming at a rate of 5.7 runs to the over. Of course, there were a few number of batsmen who got amongst the runs. The openers Suleiman Ibrahim and Roland Prawn, 40 and 41 each. And then Johan Nel with a very brisk 45 or 55. And the mainstay of the innings was Andre Steyn, picking up 52 or 50. And when he fell to the bowling of Price, we saw 3 wickets fall in the over. And Price was the prize winner of the bowler of the day. 5 for 53, or bowler of the innings, of course, 5 for 53 in his 8 overs, and making sure that their team will have a score to try and overhaul. So the target that has been set, 258, and it is the defending champions, the Border Veterans, that are about to begin their innings. 2 slips in the gully for the opening salvos of this second innings. First ball, I'll get to all the names and all that in a moment as soon as it comes up on the scoreboard. But just to tell you that it was a very cold start up here on the Highveld in just outside of Johannesburg. Things have warmed up just a wee bit, but there's still heavy wind about, which I wonder if the bowlers will look to use. And you will note that this tournament is being played with the pink ball. Alongside me, Rodney Elliott. Good afternoon, Rodney.
Afternoon, Aslam. How refreshing. 2 slips and a gully. You can tell these guys played the bulk of their cricket before the T20 era, can't you?
Yeah, indeed. 2 slips and a gully in position. Oh, that's on a fuller length. The previous one just hit the length and then moved away a wee bit, beating the outside edge. And this one's a little further up.
It's a statement of intent. You love to see it. They haven't got a massive target to defend, and therefore wickets are very much on the agenda. And what better way to get them?
Short ball pulled across the line. It's over the fielder in that inner ring at mid-on. He's giving slow chase. The ball, in fact, slows down as it gets to the boundary, and they'll turn for 3. So that is the Border Veterans off the mark. Krug is, in fact, it's 2. They've run just 2 after all of that. 2 for no, and Tyrone Henderson is the fellow opener. So it'd be interesting to watch how the former veteran gets along here today. The bowler, of course, with ball in hand, Grobbelaar.
Another coat of varnish on that off stump, and I dare say it would have been sent spinning. Yeah, it's interesting, this attacking field. It's a trick I think a lot of captains probably miss nowadays. If you're impelled in these power play overs to have so many fielders in the ring, you might as well have a few of them in catching positions. I like it. I like a statement of intent. I like it when a bowling attack attacks, It's almost become an anachronism, that term, in recent times.
So that's the end of the first over, just 2 runs. And I have to agree with it, because what we tend to see is within the first few deliveries or even the first few overs, captains immediately spread their field. So even though they are limited to having the number of fielders in the inner ring, you'll see them removing the slips and the gully fielders. This is good to see, but how long will it last? And as I say that, number 23, Taladia about to take up the ball, or take up the bowling from the Ekurhuleni end, also operating to 2 slips in a gully. So this may also just be a subtle message to the Border Veterans that these guys mean some business, and that what we've got in our armory is something that you're going to need to really concentrate on. So Grobbelaar's first over goes for just 2 runs, and Krug and Henderson are the 2 men at the crease. Henderson takes up the cuddles for the second over of the innings. that gets him off the mark. A neat little steer out to the offside.
Nice shape to that first delivery. In fact, we've seen the ball swing a good deal all day. I doubt it's doing much on the more exposed outgrounds, but we're beautifully insulated from what has been a pretty gusty and arctic wind here, and the ball's given a chance to breathe, to move through the air. This one defended out into the covers, no run. I suppose a lot of these bowlers would precede the old wobble seam days too. I'm seeing a lot of bolt upright, proud seams of the kind I grew up watching. It's as mentioned earlier, one of the great charms of this veterans competition. You get to see not so much outmoded techniques, but presently unfashionable ones. Stuff that preceded the hectic era in which we now live.
I also think what they've done is they've obviously studied the pitch during their batting innings, saw exactly how well Price performed on this pitch, and well supported also by Andrew Amsley. So maybe that's the reason. Now they have dispensed with one slip. He's into short cover. Taladia in again. This time it's very straight, just tapped down to the offside. There's no run.
It's a good line, that.
The onside, pardon me.
This early spell will be so important. We saw the impact that a flurry of wickets had on the hosts' fortunes, as this one is creamed away through square leg for 4. It wasn't all that short, and I don't think he got all of it, but all you need is enough, and on this outfield you're always going to get full value, sometimes more value than you deserve. 4 runs.
First boundary of the innings, coming here in the second over of the innings, and that to Russell Krug. Looks a big fellow. Bat looks very small in his hands. Taladia in again. This time it's on a better length. Nicely punched off the back foot, but no run. So that's the end of 2. He goes for 5 runs. Does Taladia. I'm just trying to think. In the time that Tyron Henderson played, he was a bowling all-rounder. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, I think played predominantly for his bowling.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends upon the format too. He played high-quality professional cricket all around the world in every format. Successful stint with the Rajasthan Royals, some excellent work on the county circuit. A jack of many trades.
So Grobler still operates with 2 slips and a gully. Short ball, and the edge is found, and that's the end of Tyron Henderson's innings. It was certainly short, but it hurried on him. It took the finest of edges, toe end of the bat, and moving swiftly to his right hand side at about shoulder height. That's a very good catch taken, and first blood for the Border veterans.
Yeah, an excellent bit of bowling, just back of the length. There wasn't much width on it. I'm not sure it was there to cut. Batsman went hard and got a decent enough connection, but not quite enough to take it over the head of the wicketkeeper, who pouched it comfortably. It's 7 for 1, a ball into the 3rd over.
Yeah, I meant to say, of course, first blood to the Eastern Storm team for picking that wicket up. Knows the keeper.
What's his number? I'm waiting for him to turn around.
Oh yeah.
Looks like number 17. So Roland Braun.
Roland Braun, the wicketkeeper, having taken that catch. New batsman in. Emsley, who performed rather tidily with the ball, picked up 2 for 47. Ball unchanged for his spell as well of 7 overs. Now comes in here 1 drop. and has the responsibility of just trying to make sure that at least they get through the first 10 overs. Remember, in this 45 over competition, the breakdown of the power plays is 1 to 15, where 3 players are actually allowed outside the inner ring. And then from over 16 to 34 outside, and from 31 to 45, 5 are allowed outside of the circle. So a few adjustments to this format, and given the age of the players, the over 50 competition, those are the rules, of course. Full contingent of umpires all on all of the 3 grounds. This is neatly played to the outside, offside. I think the misfield there allowed them to make this 2 runs instead of no runs. And I felt that if there was a good early pickup, there would have been a chance on either end. In the end, Ems is off the mark. He's got 2. He's got what, 2 to his name, and the total 9 for 1.
Just going back to that catch earlier, he did really well, did Roland Braun. Got big on the batsman, and that usually means it's going to get big on the wicketkeeper too. He's not standing a mile back. His footwork was excellent, and the ball does seem to have a way of disappearing into his gloves seamlessly, soundlessly. Always the sign, I think, of a good wicketkeeper. That.
Yeah, and I think experience counts so much, because you read the ball off the pitch, you know exactly what the batsman's looking to do, so you don't move too early. That's the rule. And he did make it look so easy, but I have to agree that the way he pouched it, he made it look easy.
Yeah, genuine wicketkeepers never quite lose their touch, do they? The fingers perhaps get a bit gnarled and crooked looking, but the instincts never quite leave them.
It's a good finish to the over. 3 gone, 9 for 1. So we were talking about how do they pace their innings. They're scoring at 3 runs and over. It's early part of the innings. And you were saying earlier during the Eastern Storm's innings that this score of around 250 is like iffy. I felt that once it's on the board, if you pick up early wickets, it certainly puts the batting team under some kind of pressure. And if you're not used to hanging about, especially in the 45 over format, you could easily find yourself getting into trouble. This ball has looped off the bat. There was a bit of outswing in that, and for a moment Krug looked in unfamiliar territory. He was on the back foot to a foolish length delivery. It loops into a vacant area. They pick up the single, and it's a very good start to the new over.
Yeah, very uncertain shot. Like you say, definitely misjudged the length. If anything, it was there to drive. Instead, he played back, looking to almost coley it through mid-wicket. Definitely not there for it. Leading edge, fortunately, landed in no man's land.
Oh, he almost plays on. Again, committed to the back foot already. And the ball keeps maybe on a fuller length, would obviously be slightly low. And he seemed to be in a very stand-up position, very upright position when he looked to play that stroke. And that's another key point to make, that as the pitches age and into the season, it does play low and slow, and you've got to be really sure of yourself, front foot and back foot, and how you will measure your shot selection. There's a bit of outswing again, but starting much too wide on this occasion from Taladia.
These pink balls do swing, don't they? Lovely shape to them. I think it was moving palpably about 40 overs into the first innings of this match. Notorious, of course, in day-night test matches for the movement it generates. Those never last more than 2 days. I suppose that would explain why.
Yeah, that's been a talking point about most of these games, and apparently it's one of the reasons why some of the unions in South Africa have said that they don't want to have schedule a test match and it finishes in quick time. Remember what happened in Port Elizabeth against the Zimbabweans? It lasted 1.5 days, an entire test match. Again, the ball keeps very low and the batsman rather upright as he just defends this out to the offside. Into the fourth over, the target is 258.
Strikes me the Australians are taking an almighty risk next year with that centenary, that sesquicentenary test match to be played under lights with a pink ball. It's supposed to be a grand marquee occasion, and we've had a few two-dayers in Australia just recently, with all sorts of recriminations in their aftermath. And well, when you play under lights with a pink ball, you run the risk of that happening again. And they've made it very clear that it's the last thing they want to happen. Striking the balance between, you know, capitalizing on that vast English audience and ensuring a good full-length game of cricket can be pretty difficult.
And especially England going down to Australia to play in the pink ball test, you get the feeling that they're already starting on the back foot. To just think for a moment, 1977 was the centenary test, 100 years of test cricket between the two founding nations, and they followed it up 2 years later with a return series of one match at the Lord's Cricket Ground. That ended in a draw. The first one, of course, ended exactly 17 runs to the good for the Australians, which was an identical repetition of what had happened 100 years before, which was quite extraordinary. Short, leading edge fielder under this one, and the catch is taken. All of the hard work that they put in the warm-ups clearly paying off, and a second wicket falling to a rather injudicious shot here on this occasion by Krug, who looked pretty strong in the time that he was at the crease. And 2 early wickets means that the Eastern Storms are in control of the early salvos of this contest, and the Border veterans find themselves at 10 for 2.
Yeah, really couldn't have gone any better for Eastern Storm this. They've set their field to take early wickets, and early wickets have come. Not perhaps in the manner you would have thought. You've got 2 slips and a gully, but both wickets have fallen to deliveries back of a length, of the kind that ought to be fairly easily negotiated. In both cases, the batsmen have slashed at a line, and the length doesn't quite admit of slashing at, and have paid the full price. And indeed, their strategy, Border, has been a bit curious. They've gone very hard early on, whereas with the bowlers on top, you would have thought and you know, facing a not gargantuan task, you would have thought perhaps something a bit more circumspect would be in order. But we are where we are, and it certainly made this contest a lot more interesting than perhaps it looked like being at the halfway stage.
So the new batsman, Pieter Vermaak, has just gone to the middle. Long chat with Andrew Emsley, and now he eventually does take guard. So there must have been just some early observations that he shared with the new batsman. And to me, whatever it is, the 2 strokes were not on, and they got away with one that landed between the gully and point fielder earlier in the innings. So number 12 on our list shows Pieter Vermaak. The scoreboard has the name of Mr. Sensimon. So we'll get that right in a moment. But in the meantime, the focus is all on Grobelaar, who's now picked up 2 wickets for 4 runs. He's into his 3rd over. That's a beautiful looking, sweet looking on drive to get off the mark. And we saw exactly from the lessons of Justin Price, when he did straighten up and hit the right lengths. He picked up 5 for 35 and put the skids on the Eastern Storms when they were batting, and ensured that the team have a score that they could possibly chase down. Grobelaar in again. And on this occasion, Emsley just taps out to the offside. So there's no run. Vermaak off the mark. 2 new batsmen at the crease. A very good start for the Eastern Storm. Can they continue this way? Their fielding's been good. 2 catches on offer, taken both. End of the over. That's the 4th. 11 for 2. So stay with us on Pitch Vision YouTube for this opening day's matches of the 2026 Over-50s interprovincial matches that are taking place here in Benoni, South Africa. 2 other matches happening in fields adjacent to this huge oval, the main oval. After this over, we have a special guest who will be joining Rodney, Lebogang Pita, who is a cricket writer for the Benoni City Times, and he's going to share some of his thoughts about veterans cricket in this region, more about focus on Eastern Storms and how they've gone about just shaping themselves in the league. Teladia starts the 5th over, gets a bit of away swing again, but it's gentle away swing and left alone. So Sensum and Emsley will need to rebuild.
They've been very judicious on the front foot. It's been when things are slightly back of a length. The eyes tend to light up a bit prematurely, and I think both of the wickets came to off 4th stump line, back of a length delivery, and we almost had a 3rd there. I think he was more in control of it perhaps than appears to have been the case. It was definitely airborne, but it beats the flailing outstretched hand of second slip and runs away to the fence. 4 more runs. Takes the score up to 15 for 2 halfway through the 6th over.
Yeah, that is in fact Aiden Sansom, and he is also number 12 for border veterans. I was looking at the list of the Eastern Storm players, certainly got that wrong. So 4 more runs to the total, and Sansom helps himself to another one through the mid-wicket region. So Teladia will need to get it right, because Sansom has already showed early signs that he's a fine stroke player. His placement for both of the boundaries have been exceptional. And can he be the difference? 1 slip in a gully for Teladia as he goes in. Starts very straight. Nice wristy little twist to the onside, but there's straight to the mid-wicket fielder. 3 fielders on the leg side, in the inner ring, short fine leg, and then a squarish mid-wicket and a wideish mid-on. Then we have a mid-off, a short cover in position. So the second slip has been dispensed with. Immediately, I think the captain has picked up that Sansom is of some quality. And there's no third man, there's just a fine leg in position. Well, so I think there's a fine leg. No, he's beyond the boundary, so we'll have to start counting the fielders here, Rodney. Yeah, no, he's probably the 12th man out in the deep. Confused me for a short time. So Teladia runs in to finish his 3rd over. Oh, there's a beautiful, excellent delivery. Needed a quality delivery. He pitched up on this occasion, and it looked a rather tentative prod from Sansom. He just seemed to look to block that one, and it's just kissed the outside edge. 3 wickets down for 19, and that after the 6th over. This has been exceptional performance, and what a good delivery he produced to get the very impressive Sansom. A rather short innings of 9 of 8 deliveries with 2 fours. And that, to me, from the short stay that he's had at the crease, seems to be one of the prize wickets in the top order. 19 for 3.
Well, it was a delivery well worthy of such a prized wicket. 4th stump line, shaping away, a little movement off the seam too. The only player on the park who didn't think it was out, ironically, was the bowler, whose hands went to his head in exasperated fashion, as if, oh, I've only just beaten the outside edge, but audibly and palpably he kissed it, and he was very soon corrected on that score by the celebrations of his jubilant teammates. It's 19 for 3.
It's time for me to leave you with Rodney and our guest Lebogang Pita.
Yeah, 19 for 3 here after 6 overs. an ideal start for the Eastern Storm. Needed early wickets, set the field in pursuit of them, and they've come in a flurry. The contrast with the first innings of this match could not be more stark. The opening partnership of that innings yielded 90 plus, if I recall correctly. Slight delay here as the new batsman surveys the field and readies himself. And boxes one through the covers, beautifully played. I don't think he got all of it, but it's such as the lushness of this outfield that it was only ever resulting in 4 runs. Turning to my right, I'm joined by Lebogang Peter, journalist for the Benoni City Times. How are you this afternoon?
Hey Rodney, all good man, all good. You know, earlier I was out on the field trying to take some photos. I couldn't manage because of the conditions, man. It's super cold out there. Keep asking myself how these gentlemen are managing, but as it is, it seems like the hosts, Eastern Storm, are managing well. Jan Probela and Mohamed Taladia, giving them that early advantage with the 3 wickets.
It's not so cold when you're in the sunshine. When you're in the shade, it could pass for the Arctic, though. Ooh, another cut outside the off stump. That back of the length 4th stump line has been mightily effective so far, and it almost culminates in what would have been a near terminal 4th wicket for the Border veterans. I think a few practices of the old shouldering of arms might not go awry here. Full toss and leg stump, he clips it straight to mid-wicket. So Lebogang, tell us a bit about yourself. What is it you do? It sounds, from what you said in your opening remarks, as if you double both as a print journalist and as a photographic one, when conditions allow.
Yeah, you know, as folks in the local media, we don't have too many resources. So what do we do?
As this one, back of a length, is helped on its way through the covers, punched uppishly, well not uppishly, but from an upright stance through the covers, and once again, once it's beaten that inner field, there really is no other result. 4 runs, and all of a sudden, it's 27 for 3.
Yeah, so you double as both a photographer and a journalist. Quite a tedious job, if you ask me. If I had a choice, I would prefer just to focus on the writing, watching
Right.
stuff like this. Yeah, and just focusing on the action out on the field.
And what have you made of it so far today? I found it really enjoyable. A few things almost strike me as throwbacks. You look roughly my age, so perhaps you feel the same way. A sense of deja vu, almost nostalgia in some of the things we're seeing out there. Another full toss, and again bunted to mid-on. This time they do get a single.
Yeah, we've certainly been treated to some good cricket. The gentlemen are really rolling back their years. Just looking at how they've managed to get in and treat those of us who are here watching to some good blend of cricket. It's been really interesting day, to be honest.
You're pretty well connected with the cricketing scene in these parts. I wonder if you'd maybe give us a little potted history of the Eastern Storm veterans, their history, their formation, how they've done.
It's quite amazing how an idea can be born from a conversation over a couple of beers.
Well bowled, just back of a length, punched to short cover. Who does the fielding? No run.
Yeah, so that's how the Eastern Storm Veterans Cricket came about.
I don't know about you, but all my best ideas are cooked up over beers.
Yeah.
All of my worst ideas too. Taladia comes in again.
Yeah.
Oh, a very good shout. Perhaps a bit of height, perhaps sliding down leg. What do you think?
Yeah, moving slightly to is it the on stump, the off stump?
Down leg, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah. Lovely shape on it again. These pink balls, I tell you, I always struggled against the swinging ball, and I would not be having a happy time of it out there. I'd be having a very short time of it out there.
Yeah.
So tell us more about this this booze-inspired conversation. This one driven unsuccessfully to short cover, no run.
So Andre, who understand, who is captain in this Eastern Storm side, and a couple of mates were up the road at Benoni Northerns, just having a good time, when one of them told them a story about this over-40s cricket league in Gauteng,
Taladia comes in again. Bit of width, but a decent enough length, and with the ball doing all sorts, best left alone. I think a few of Emsley's predecessors could have taken a leaf out of that particular volume. No run.
Yeah, so the gentlemen were just discussing cricket when they were told about the over-40s cricket at the Lions, and they thought it's something that they could do.
Oh, a much tighter line this time. He knows where his off stump is, does Emsley. Shoulders, arms again. With the ball naturally shaping away, it's a safer option than perhaps it looked on that occasion.
Stein and Understein and the guys approached Veterans Cricket Association SA, and they were ultimately drafted into the Lions, Veterans Cricket for that season.
This one back of a length, swinging into the pads this time. It's moving it both ways. The batsmen scramble through for what proves to be a leg by, and I think that concludes the 8th over. It's 29 for 3. Emsley has 12. His partner Stephen has yet to face a ball, and this match has become very interesting. I thought Eastern Storm's total was pretty suboptimal, but well, with every passing over, with their turn with the ball, it's looking bigger and better.
And they're really imposing themselves on the field there. So the guys approached VCASA, and the Benoni Northerns formed their own, veterans cricket, and they were drafted into the Lions. Along with Bedford View, they played in that part of Gauteng for that season. It was quite a successful campaign for them. And the following year, Easterns were granted an IPT status. So the guys had to quickly assemble, an over-40s team that would compete in that tournament.
Oh, back of a length, not terribly short, but he latched onto it so early and slashes it between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4.
Yeah, and that was in 2023. Easterns sent their first veterans team to an IPT, and 3 years later, here we are. In 2024, they had their first official veterans league, and I was lucky to be here at Willowmoore Park to cover the finals of that season. If my memory serves me well, it was a match between CVC Crusaders and one of the Benoni Northern franchises. So yeah, it's just amazing, like I said earlier, how a conversation can bring something like this to life over a couple of beers.
This one floated outside the off stump, bit of width and fairly full of length, but batsman Emsley is not tempted on this occasion. Perhaps having cashed in so recently, he feels he has a bit of leeway to let the odd one go by. Perhaps you'd tell us a bit more about other elements of the game in these parts, as this one's defended into the covers. I understand you're following quite closely an ever-growing women's tournament, the Fire and Fury T20 competition. Tell us a bit about that. I must say, it's quite new to me.
Yeah, man. The Fire and Fury, quite an interesting concept.
Ooh. Half volley down leg, and the umpire signals wide.
So the tournament started last year with our women really wanting their own, IPL themed T20 tournament. I was also here at Willowmoore Park to cover their first auction.
Go on.
Yeah, so that draft, went really well, where they mixed, emerging talent with some of the Eastern Storm senior players, and then we had what followed was an interesting tournament out in Springs, where a lot of the up and coming ladies were really exposed to these high level competitions. So
Slower delivery, full toss, did not get all of it, but again, once it's beaten that inner field, there's only one outcome, 4 more runs. Emsley now moves on to 20 in fact, as the scoreboard gradually ticks its way up, and the score to 38 for 3 after 9 overs.
yeah, that was a good shot from Emsley there. So yeah, it's one of the innovative ways of growing the women's game out here in the East End, and later on this year we are in for the second season of this T20 Plus. The ladies are already deep in their planning. I think in the next couple of weeks we're gonna have our draft again, and later on between July and August we will have the first full weekend of fixtures of this women's T20 tournament.
That's excellent to hear. Real burgeoning area, not only of cricket, but of South African cultural life is the women's game. Ooh, just slipping down leg. Of course, this ground quite recently played host to the national women's team, and I believe you were here for that too.
I was here, and it was the second match this year featuring the Proteas. The first one was against Bangladesh, and then this one against India. It was packed here. It was amazing to see.
Yeah,
this.
best crowd of the series, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good 4,000 plus.
Yeah.
This one is a bit too straight. I don't think, once again, he got all of it, but that corner of the ground, just towards field A in the middle distance, it does seem to slope slightly. You probably know this ground a bit better than I do. It does almost seem to be going downhill and to pick up pace as it goes. The fielder's pursuit, more or less academic in most cases. 4 more runs, it takes the total into the 40s, and Stevens off the mark.
And they might have to overload that side with fielders, because from up here you can see that it's slightly leaning to that side.
Yeah, it does seem to slope slightly.
Yeah.
Not as palpably as some grounds, Lord's is famously wonky.
Yeah. But yeah, it was quite interesting, to see all these youngsters coming out here to see their, favorite players. Laura Wolfert, Smriti Mandana from India. They were all just on that grass bunker. They were huddled on the barriers there, wanting autographs and all of that. So it's amazing to see, these youngsters.
Another full delivery on leg stump, and the result is the same. He left himself very little margin for error there. He got a long way across, did Stephen, showing at least 2 stumps behind his back, but if you make contact, that's academic, and the result is 4 more, 46 for 3 now, as we approach the end of the 10th over.
Yeah, after that early advantage from the Storm, Stephen and Emsley seem to be wrestling back control.
Yeah, slightly untidy over this, isn't it? Not really pressing home the advantage the Eastern Storm have striven so hard to secure. This Tully runs in again. It's a good delivery.
It's a good one.
They run through for a leg bye. I thought there might have been some bat on that, but the umpire's better placed than I am to decide these questions. Yeah, this part of the world's been somewhat starved of national team participation on this ground. I don't believe you've had much lately.
Yeah, no, not much. I mean, earlier this year we had the India under 19 against South Africa under 19 in a 5-match T20 series.
This one clipped through mid-wicket. It's far enough in front of the leg side sweeper to tempt them into taking a second. They do not, however. And that concludes over number 10. It's 48 for 3. A sudden speed wobble for the Border veterans as they go about this pursuit. It looked a lot more parlous about 2 overs ago, but an excellent little counter-attacking contribution here from Stephen and Emsley, and suddenly things look a lot healthier.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting comeback from them. So earlier this year we had India under 19 against South Africa under 19 in a 5-match ODI series, not T20 as I said earlier. That was in preparation for the under 19 World Cup out in Namibia and Zimbabwe. It was, and I must say, it was quite interesting seeing that Indian prodigy here at Willowmoore Park, just hitting 6s and 4s across this field. I have to say, seeing him playing in the IPL now, doing what he did here, it's quite amazing.
You wouldn't believe he was 15, would you? Just to watch him at the crease. It's when you see that fresh young face that you realise you really are dealing with a child here.
Yeah.
And he tends to make children of the adults around him, particularly when they have the ball in hand.
Yeah. I remember when having a conversation with him. Well, I wanted to have a conversation with him, just to have a sit down and have a proper interview with him, but the Indian contingent stopped us.
Yeah, that's always a bit more difficult for the age group teams than it is for the full professionals. Understandably, they want to protect these youngsters, and they know your journalistic reputation, of course, for asking hard-hitting, searching questions, and perhaps thought it best to spare their young prodigy that experience. This one again, back of the length. They really have struggled off the back foot. Driving, they've looked very secure. Whenever they've been tempted to pull or cut, however, we've had action. We've had near misses. We've had drama.
I wasn't gonna bite, I just wanted to ask him a couple of questions.
No, I know. I was just teasing. This one Yorker length, well kept out.
But just him responding to my question, you could tell that this is still a child. From the projection of the voice, you could tell that he's still young. But put him in the middle there, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Just by the way he imposes himself out on the crease.
Were you playing cricket when you were his age? Tell us a bit about your background, how you came to be interested in cricket.
So I grew up in Tsakane. It's my section is close to Tutuza. Tutuza had quite a formidable development cricket side.
Oof, another play and miss again off the back foot. A pattern is emerging here.
So I would always be around a couple of the guys who played cricket. Unfortunately, at that time, I was introduced to mini cricket. I think at that time it was still sponsored by Bakers. So these guys would come back with a lot of these goodies from Bakers.
Full of length, driven, and it beats the man at mid-off. 4 more runs. It's like we're playing 2 different sports depending on where the ball's pitching. When it's back of a length, it's unplayable. Anything in the batsman's half, however, tends to be driven with the utmost authority and almost inevitably to the boundary.
Yeah. So from Bakers, it became KFC mini cricket. They would come to our schools. Got introduced to cricket like that, but I was never interested in playing. I was just interested in the writing. Just the match reports and all of that. I think what really drew me into cricket was the England SA series in 2004 when I think it was KP Peterson's first international match playing for England. Yeah.
What a summer that was.
Hey man, it was a
5
beautiful summer.
closely contested test matches, all the emotion surrounding KP's very outspoken return to this country. That offensive thing he was wearing on his head at the time, do you remember that?
Oh man, what an interesting time. If you didn't watch that series, For me, it was one of the greatest, that I've seen. You know? Yeah.
It'll be green in my memory for a long time too.
Yeah.
It looks like we have a change of bowling. Do we? Or is Taladia continuing? No, I think Taladia is continuing. I saw that he's standing somewhat halfway up his run up, and I thought we might have a spinner on, but that telltale number 8 remains on his back. Expensive last over for him after looking very penetrative to that point.
Looks like it's a new bowler.
It is a new bowler. Oh, I should have trusted myself the first time. It's klein geld. I asked earlier if that was a satire on the status of my bank account. The best joke I've come up with in months. His first delivery is of a good length and a 4th stump line, and it's pushed into the covers, no run.
So tell me, there is a conversation right now about bringing in back Hendrik Klaassen in the Proteas setup.
Yeah, I think the question there would be, does he want it? He had some very painful, at least for any South African fan, very painful remarks to hear about having lost his passion for playing for his country. I think that's probably the first requirement if you're going to select someone for the team. You know, does he care? Does he feel it? And if he doesn't, it probably is best they go their separate ways, wouldn't you say?
Look, I agree with you 100%.
Seems to be having a whale of a time in India when he's not threatening to box the paparazzi.
He's having a good time there, man. And
Well, on the field, certainly, yeah.
It seems like he's making a lot of money because here he's bought him and Faf. They've bought a team out in the Netherlands that's going to be competing in Europe. So he's enjoying himself right now outside, the international cricket spotlight.
As Klein Geld resumes. This is back of a length, and I tell you what, I'm not advocating they bowl a long hop line, but anything fuller, within a metre of that, anything a little fuller than that, seems to cause all sorts of trouble. It must be a bit too paced around the halfway point of this wicket, because anything up to the bat you can drive with the utmost confidence, even slightly on the up, but when it's back of a length, all sorts of action. This one is full, and to illustrate my point, it's driven crisply through the covers. Will it beat the outfield? No, it doesn't. Some excellent footwork out there. And the batsmen, I think, have run 3. I await the confirmation of the scoreboard. They seem as doubtful as I am for the time being. It's 57 for 3 now. Midway at the end, in fact, of the 12th over.
I think that fielder there was a sprinter back in his youth, eh? That was quick.
I was about to say, if I'm moving that well at 50, I'll be a very happy boy. But to be honest, I'm not even moving that well at 37. So yeah, very impressive. These chaps have really looked after themselves, haven't they? Like, people seem to age a lot better nowadays, don't they, than they used to? I remember what a 50-year-old looked like when I was young, and they looked like they were at the acme of decrepitude. And nowadays,
what are you saying about our parents, man? Look,
50 is the new 40.
It is. It is. I mean, there's been this boom in triathlon, running. All of that. All these 50-year-olds are, keeping themselves fit with running, triathlon. All these sports, eh?
Do you think cricketers retire too early?
I think so.
Just as a rule, I do too.
I think so. I mean, look at MS Dhoni.
I think a lot of them are almost bullied into retiring, don't you find?
Yeah.
You hit your late 30s and you have your first run of poor form, and everyone instantly concludes that must be because you're past it. You're not allowed to have a spell of bad form once you reach a certain age. And that's always struck me as a little unfair.
Yeah. I mean, you can't tell me A.B. de Villiers wouldn't hit 4s and 6s at his age. He still looks like a young cricketer.
Yeah, seen him in a few veterans leagues, not unlike this one, and he still looks $1 million.
Yeah. Him and Dale. I think Dale can still bowl a mean ball, eh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, all the shape is still there. That beautiful full-length outswinger, kissing the surface. I think some of the pace has gone naturally. I suspect that's probably the first thing to go when you cross 40.
Yeah.
Although Jimmy Anderson still tearing it up in the county championship, midway through his fifth decade, in fact.
Jimmy's a legend. Eh? He's a very good ambassador of this sport. I think just his longevity is commendable. You know how he takes care of himself. You know, it's commendable.
Probably another one who was bullied prematurely into retirement. He clearly had no intention of hanging up his boots, and who could honestly say the England bowling attack would be weaker with him in it right now?
Yeah. I also think, Stuart Broad was also, bullied into retirement. I mean, just looking at him doing commentary for Sky Sports, he can still play, man. He can still play. He still looks young.
Oh, he's still got a very fresh-faced face. Perhaps the youngest-looking 38-year-old I've ever worked with, as this one's defended out to long off for a single. That concludes the 13th over. It's 58 for 3, something of a longueur here. After the fall of 3 early wickets and subsequent counter-attack, both teams seem eager to consolidate their positions, sort of feeling each other out like boxers after both landing and suffering a couple of early blows, catching their breath. The required run rate has ticked above 6 to the over, 6.2 it is now. As we've seen though, you're always going to get full value for your shots on this wicket. I mean, anything under 7 ought to be easy so long as you've got wickets in the bank.
Yeah. Clean is back in the attack.
You can feel free to describe one or two if you want. You can have a go at it.
One of the players. Yeah, there was a good delivery from Kleinheld. He's only yielded 3 runs into his second over, keeping things tight for Eastern Storm. That was a good shot, a beautiful shot.
Yeah, again, erring slightly in length. If it's anywhere near the batsman's slot, you are going to disappear here. I think we've learnt that.
Yeah.
By way of contrast, if it's back of a length, they can barely get it off the square. So the answer would seem to be pretty obvious. Lovely stop there. It's a long way down once you're past 50, but he got down with alacrity. Batsman cross for a single.
I mentioned the commitment earlier. These men are really committing themselves, putting their bodies on the line there. And this partnership seems to be maturing, 44 or 48.
Oh, thanks for alerting me. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I was squinting to see how close we were to the 50 milestone. Just 6 runs away now. Field's very much spread. Earlier it was a net drawn tightly. Now it's spreading. Although he's maintaining a short mid wicket, perhaps the only thing that could plausibly count as a catcher. Ooh, uppish, but into the gap, and the sweeper does the mopping up. Just 1 run. So do you still play?
I tried. I prefer being on the sidelines, just watching the others play and writing them good match reports.
This one driven up to mid-on, no run. Yeah, I get the itch whenever I come to matches like this. Unfortunately, working in cricket is increasingly incompatible with playing it.
Yeah.
Mighty swing at a full delivery, but didn't get all of it, and trickles out to mid-off, no run. 14 overs gone. It's 64 for 3. Stephen has 15 off 21 deliveries. Took him a while to get off the mark, so he's made good progress since then. And Emsley playing the sheet anchor role, 28 of 40 deliveries. So what were you, a batsman, a bowler? Did you keep wicket? Jack of all trades?
I tried, pretty much everything, but I realized early that cricket really wasn't for me. I didn't have the talent to bowl. I didn't have that hand-eye coordination that's required in this sport. So I quit early. But I still kept pace, with everything happening in this space. I remember at varsity around 2011, I was out in Pretoria. I used to watch a lot of development cricket there in Soshanguve and at Trottville. Tuks and the Titans really did a lot of work with the township kids that side. So it's one of the things that kept me interested in this sport.
Of course, cricket isn't your only interest. I believe you covered the athletics and the cross country as well for the Benoni City Times.
Yeah, we've got a lot of young talent, young athletes in Benoni who many of whom have won national titles.
This one carved away through the slips, never in danger of yielding a wicket, I don't think. Bump ball. Very much a crowd catch if it had gone to hand, and it trickles away to the third man boundary for 4 more runs. Full reward for playing it late. And from rather parlous beginnings, this innings is beginning to assume something like respectability. Do we have a prediction from you as you bow out? Where do you see things going?
I'm gonna be a bit biased, man. I think the Eastern Storm might win it. It's gonna be tight, but looking at how things are, I see the advantage is still with the Eastern Storm. So, yeah, I think Storm's gonna win it.
As this one, back of a length, is carved away through the mid-wicket region for 4. Again, I didn't think it was that short, but a beautiful Kohli-like flick of the wrist sends it on its way. That's perhaps the most authoritative stroke we've seen to a short pitch delivery in this innings, and it does bring up the 50 partnership. It's come in good time too. They've brought that run rate down from about 6.3 when they got started to 6.1 now, and this match looks like going the distance. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Oh my goodness. I'm almost surprised not to have seen the bail drop there. That was minuscule. That was the breadth of a fly's wing away from another wicket. Well, thanks for an excellent half hour. It's been a great pleasure spending time with you and getting to know you, as I hope to do more over the coming week.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting. My first time in commentary.
It's throwing you into the deep end, but I think you've acquitted yourself very well, as this one's boxed out to the sweeper on the offside, and 1 run accrues, taking Stephen to 16 and the score to 73 for 3. As Aslam Kota resumes the captain's chair. Hello Aslam, where have you been?
Oh, catching up with business and things. Thank you very much to Lebogang. I'm sure that our viewers / listeners will have enjoyed some of the insights. And I think there's a broader story to tell about Vets cricket, and we will be getting a number of the gentlemen that are involved. Frank Alger is one of them, and obviously when what's his name, the chairman of the board, it's Brendan Stoll, or Roger Moult, the chairman, comes in. He apparently says he's going to be able to join us midweek. So when he comes in, we'll get a huge insight into exactly what's happening from a broader perspective. And I think the one thing I've made of this in the last 4 years is that it's certainly an area that's growing. There's such a big focus on pipeline cricket, But here's the opposite end of it, where the veteran side, over 45s, over 50s, they're playing at provincial level, and they're looking for sponsors, of course, and they're looking to even take it much further. We know that there are World Cups that are happening. So the veterans game, not just in South Africa, but even overseas, is surely in a growth spurt. And I think that's healthy, because it's good to see. But I'd like to just add a rider to that some of these guys who are playing need to be putting back at club level as well, at some level, at some stage, and at some level. And when I say that, as a coach or a player coach, just to be with teams, to manage them maybe for a season or two, nurture some of the players, nurture some captains. From that point of view also, it's very, very important to note. So I think it's a discussion that's going to be very interesting over the next few days. But well done to Lebogang. We certainly got a good insight into what the hosts have been doing over the last few years.
Well, hopefully the rise of veterans cricket acts as a sort of spur to precisely the imperative you're spotlighting there. If you're competing at a high level, as this undoubtedly is, the necessity of keeping your skills nice and sharp is there, and what better way of doing so than turning out regularly for your club side and thereby nurturing growth at that level.
Yeah, I remember speaking to Brandon, was it early in the week or over the weekend, and we just happened to touch on some of these points that we talked about, or that you've just been chatting about. And there's such a focus on veterans cricket that initially it was almost just a knockabout and a social gathering. Now he says the guys are pretty serious about their cricket. They're actually looking to get fit again. And obviously you need to do that, because if you want to play, then you need to be fit to play, because injuries don't help. So it has sort of it has instilled this impetus in the veterans game, and I'm glad to see that. So we're in a position now where, as South Africans, in the last World Cup, I think they finished 9th, and that after beating the West Indian veterans. So they're also obviously aiming to improve, because you don't want to be competing at international level and not have good results. So I think that was certainly a kick in the butt, and they've decided that if we're playing this seriously, they need to they need to make inroads. And I know that most of the unions, including Frank Auger at CGL, have been instrumental in trying to get the board involved a lot more, and that now there's a focus on concentrating on their fixtures and those type of things as well. So which means it's now taking on a more serious look into encouraging the game at seniors level.
Yeah, it's easy to see how a healthy veteran circuit would conduce to a healthy game writ large. When these older heads are still invested in their cricket, in the South African game, that they will almost by osmosis be giving back to it, be strengthening it. Their very presence conduces to a stronger game writ large. The strongest domestic circuits on the planet, probably Australia and England, and both of them still have some very senior stalwarts turning out regularly in the county championship and the Sheffield Shield, and their presence must be invaluable to young players coming through.
Yeah, I think that most of the other unions, particularly here in South Africa, we should take a leaf out of that hat, because it just shows it's open, it's there for us to see it with all the observations we make, that it's actually happening, and that there's how would I put it? They've given emphasis to it. They've given importance to it, and I think we need to do the same. And the more seniors get involved at all levels, we'll see the game being competitive at all of the levels. I mean, look at what's happening to cricket at the junior level. The quality of cricket that's being played is absolutely amazing. From what we saw just a few years ago to what we're seeing now is amazing. So cricket's back on here at the Willowmoore Park, 73 for 3 after 15 overs. A very good partnership here in the offing, 54 now between Stevens and Emsley. Daniel Stephen and Andrew Emsley have really looked very good, and Emsley in particular has looked very much the part. You always got the feeling that he could still be playing at a very competitive level at clubland, club and maybe provincial as well. He's looked that good.
Yeah, he makes some beautiful shapes, doesn't he? Seems very, very balanced at the crease. Those knees are clearly still in very fine order.
Plain geld. Right orthodox. So I like the way border veterans pull themselves back into the game with the ball. And now we're seeing these two playing very competently. And I think the point we need to make also is that early on we saw, and both of us observed, that why were they predominantly on the back foot, and that's how the decisions went against them, and stroke playing went against them as well, because when you're in no man's land, you're not going to, and your balance is not right, you're not going to play the correct strokes. And these two, I don't think they've put a foot wrong. That is so well played, giving himself room, not too wide of that fielder at deep mid wicket, and it's raced through to the boundary for 4. That's a quality stroke from Stephen.
Yeah, as I said, the shapes he makes are glorious. That was almost a drive through mid wicket, something that doesn't often appear in the cricketing vocabulary, but it looked like one and functionally was one.
It's a good punch of the back foot. Yeah, in fact, to just describe that stroke again, it was maybe short of a length, but it wasn't coming up much. But he was committed to the stroke, and the way he eventually ended up stroking it to that onside was just exceptional. Good to watch. 60 partnership, 79 for 3 after 16, and the last man out was Samson on 9, and we saw a bit of wickets falling with the score on 6, 10 and 19. And there we saw Russell Krug go out for 6. And then Tyrone Henderson, in fact, he was the first to go, caught by Braun of Grobler for 1. And he was soon followed by Aidan Sampson, who for his short stay of 9 runs, he hit 2 quality boundaries. And then, unfortunately, also holed out. But this time he was out to a really good delivery, an outswinger from Teladia, caught at the wicket for 9. And they were 19 for 3. The recovery is on 79 now, worth 60 for this partnership. And I get the feeling that with them having reached that run rate of just under 5, that they're within, how can I say, they're within a distance of just trying to make sure that they stay in this game with this partnership. Because if these guys do take it through to at least 150, then they're very much in this contest. Because it seemed that after having conceded 257 with the ball, and then being 3 wickets down for 19, that they were going to succumb. But these two veterans certainly showing what they are capable of. Stephen on 20 facing. And there's a change of bowling as well on the far side. Bernhard has Willie Bernhard, the middle order batsman. Tall fellow. For all intents and purposes, really hanging it in the air, bowling off spin, gentle off spin. It certainly worked with Tyrone Henderson, how he bowled those little loopy testing off spinners, and he was very, very economical. 1 for 28 in his allotment of 9 overs. And if Bernhard can do the same thing and tie things up from the one end, then they could be bringing themselves back in the game. So this is going to be an important change, given how this pitch has played. And let's see how the experience of Stephen and Emsley actually get through this period. That's really well bowled.
Got a lovely action, doesn't he? Really silky,
Smooth.
powerful,
Yeah.
left-footed pivot. That shoulder comes across beautifully. It's clearly getting some rotations on it, if we are to judge by the manner in which the batsman opened up his stance.
Yeah, as long as he's hitting to the field, that's all the bowler wants, that's all the captain wants. He'll get a single for a good stroke out to the offside. 80 for 3, and that's the end of the 17th over.
I think spin will be a powerful weapon on this surface as the week goes on. It already has been, of course, as you mentioned in your discussion of the first innings, and Tyrone Henderson's heroics there. And of course, in the veterans game, you can afford to hold the ball back a bit, give it a bit more loop and air. Players can't advance down the wicket with quite the alacrity they would have been able to do 20, 30 years ago. It is nice to see a slow bowler bowling slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
In this modern age of darters.
I'm just looking to see, it's Kleingeld that is continuing.
It's warmed up nicely, hasn't it? The teeth were chattering at one stage in that morning session, but the whole ground is now bathed in sunlight.
Oh, it's a beautiful stroke. A wonderful lofted drive over wide mid-wicket for 4. Stephen beginning to show his quality as well in this partnership, which has now grown to 65 with that boundary. 84 for 3.
Yeah, Stephen warming to his task too. As this contest heats up. Stop the puns, Rodney.
Kleingeld into his 4th over, none for 19 with that boundary. And just given the fact that he's got 4 men in the inner ring on the offside, and then he does have a deep square cover on the boundary, that he should be just keeping it on a good length. So if it is played with power, it's played to the offside. That's a quality stroke that will run through for 4. A vain attempt to try and stop that, but the timing was exceptional. And Stephen once again unleashes, this time on the offside, a quality stroke. 88 for 3.
Yeah, you really can't afford to overpitch on this surface. It's a driving ground. The surface itself is playing really, really true around that half volley length, and the outfield, I mean, long time since I've seen anything this lush, this fast.
Again, short outside the off stump. But that's the length I'm talking about. Even if it's straighter, more towards the 4th, 5th stump, if you can keep it there at that length, that offside field that he has with the fielder deep on the square, he'll be okay for it. He won't be giving boundaries away. If he overpitches, as you say, we've seen it over the offside, on the leg side. This comes off a thick inside edge, and misfield will result in a single. I'm not going to use the word sloppy over the next 4 days, I promise you. Because what they're doing out there, given their age, I'm going to just continue to respect the efforts that they are putting in. 18 overs complete, 89 for 3. Stephen 30 with those 2 boundaries in that over. Emsley, a spectator on this occasion, 38 of 50. And that partnership looking ever so strong. 70 now, they need 169 of the remaining 27 overs. Bernard, who's just gone for the 1 run, he's over. Starts the 19th over. And what was also interesting is the 2 bowlers in Emsley and also Tyrone Henderson, the 2 spinners, bowled through unchanged. Emsley then completed just 7 overs, but he bowled unchanged, and in fact bowled the last over of the innings. And then Tyrone Henderson, coming in second change, bowled his 9 overs for 28 runs. So I keep thinking that this is going to be a very important passage of play with Bernard in operation, and he's, as you described him so aptly, very smooth, very economical in his approach as well, and gives it good flight as it leaves his hand. He looks a good 6-footer too.
Yeah, he's got all the assets you want. The main thing about that action is just how natural and repeatable it is.
Yes.
If there's anything that conduces more to control, to accuracy, than a nice, easy, repeatable action, it's not something I've come across.
And he's also got a very well set field. Let's just watch this delivery and then we'll describe it. This time it's too short outside the off stump. There is a fielder in the cover region, cuts it off very nicely. That was the first short ball from Bernhard, and that was nicely dealt with, but only for a single. The field remains the same, so there is that fielder, deepish extra cover, wideish extra cover, and then 3 fielders on the inner ring, on the offside. This time again it's too wide outside the off stump. one of those fielders comes into the picture. There's a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket in case of the short delivery. So it's a well set field, and so far, apart from that one powerful stroke, this has been another very tidy over. Just a single coming off it, 2 overs, 2 runs for Bernhard, 90 for 3 after 19.
He's anything like as economical as his opposite numbers were, and to date he's actually been more so. This target will become a very stiff one.
Some of these chaps who were good seam bowlers in their time have now shortened their run-ups appreciably. So I'll just keep an eye on Kruger to see exactly how the first one leaves his hand. And judging from the wicket-keeper, Rodney, it's going to be medium pace. Medium of medium pace.
It's not surprising to find this style of bowling so predominant in the veterans game. There are obvious actuarial reasons for that. It's odd that it's really gone out of style in the professional game.
Starts with a full toss, powerfully hit to the fielder at mid-on. They'll settle for the single.
I remember when I grew up watching cricket, one-day internationals, mid-1990s, the likes of New Zealand had a whole army of military medium paces, wicket to wicket, back of a length, very difficult to get away. That style of bowling seems to have gone into eclipse just lately, at least at that level. Excellent bit of fielding there, loads of commitment once again, partly as an elegy for a now largely lost, partly as an elegy for a now largely lost art form. Think about the single, but wisely decline it. I wonder what accounts for the obsolescence of the medium pacer at the highest level. I suspect what would account for it is the fact that most spinners these days are bowling medium pace. You know, it's the other phenomenon we've been salivating over as this day's play has gone on. The amount of flight the spinners are putting on the ball. Neither of those things you see anymore, really, at the highest level.
That's right. There's a firm-looking push to mid-on. 2 fielders converging on this one. And very good running there by Stephen. He turned sharply and called Emsley to go through, so 2 runs taken. And that'll also end. The first of the Kruger over goes for... I'm waiting for the update of the score. I'll give it to the viewers as soon as it comes up on the board, because it's showing 4 deliveries. So if there was just a single, it will probably be 94 for 3 after 19 overs. No, and the other point to make is that what we're seeing in the compressed version these days, the 20 over stuff, is that spin bowlers are now unleashing 6 different deliveries in the over. And if you are unable to do that, you don't make it as a spinner, so to speak, because of the needs. You could bowl in the middle overs, you could come maybe towards the end of the power play, and in some cases, as we've seen recently, that's gone through for 4. It's a great attempt. It was a big run from at least a good 20-25 meters to the fielder's right, but unfortunately he's unable to cut that off in 4 more runs, and this time it's off the bat of Stephen again. It's a very good firm push. I do get the feeling that he was much too wide on that occasion. He's actually adjusted himself to a more straighter long off position, wide outside the off stump, straight to the fielder at extra cover, no run. So we've seen all of that happening in the game now, and if you are unable to bowl at different stages of even a 20 over contest, oh, this is beautifully played, it's up in the air, but it's cleared the field by a huge way, long way. That is a beautifully timed stroke, a quality stroke from Stephen. He's really coming into his own now. He's actually gone beyond Emsley's 40, and that also brings up the 100 partnership, the 100 score pawn, and it's gone for 4. He's beaten the fielder for 40. The Western Province were able to make below a par, I reckon, and they pass it with about 4 overs to spare, with 6 wickets in hand. The defending champions. That's a powerful looking drive, but the fielder gets nicely behind that, gets the throw in as well, underarms it in, and they'll settle for a single. So that's good fielding. 109 for 3. wonder if they're going to be using any of the other pitches or the rest of the tournament. I see the one on the extreme left also marked. Oh, this is big wide down the leg side. Immediately apologizes, does Kruger. Maybe he was trying something different, looking for a leg stump Yorker, overcompensates. But they need of a wicket, don't we know that? Partnership 91. 110 for 3. They need 148. This is really good to see. I mean, that stroke by Amsley now. You almost thought he's tempted into a big drive because he's such a fine player of the drive. But he's just shown that element of respect because he was momentarily unsure. So that's good betting because you're really betting the situation and respecting the bowler when he deserves it. Kruger in again. Short, pulled across the line. And they'll pick up the single. He walks through for the one.
Took his time about completing it.
Yeah. Why waste your energy when you can save it?
Remember Carl Hooper was a great one for that. Walking his singles.
Yeah, that's right. So Stephen on that occasion looks to charge down the wicket. I'm not too sure why. They've got the boundary in the over. They've achieved what they wanted out of that. They at least keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 112 for 3.
Does exude a kind of alpha energy, doesn't it? Just walking your singles, as if you've not a care in the world. You know, this might as well be a backyard stroll.
Yeah.
I loved old Carl Hooper. I loved his whole vibe.
And what a fine player he was.
Oh,
A fantastic
absolutely.
bowler, one of the most magnificent close infielders, deep fielders as well. He was very unflinching captain, very phlegmatic. Also said very little in his after-match interviews. And recently, Graham Smith appeared on a morning show here in Johannesburg, and it was just before the SA20, so a normal interview that you would expect pre-tournament. And then the host said, "Can I ask you 12 sharp questions?" And he said, "Go for it." And one of them was, who's the most underrated cricketer in the modern game? And without a hesitation, he said, Vernon Philander. I reckon Carl Hooper would fit that description very much as well. Off the back foot, he's bowling really well. And I must say that the head on that Bernard shoulders is a very clever one, because as soon as he saw the batsman's intent to attack him, he's come around the wicket and he's actually spoilt the angle for the striker. And he's tied it up immediately. He stays around the wicket. Now into Amsley on 41. Stephen with that single, by the way, has gone to 50 or 54.
Sorry, well spotted. Very understated celebration, wasn't it? Rather passed us by. He's clearly got his sights on something a little larger.
I thought that at least his teammates would have applauded that effort,
Yeah.
given that he came in with the score at 19 for 3. Bernard again, flighted delivery down the track, and he's gone for the big one. The fielder was under that. He didn't bother, because that's gone all the way for 6. That's a beautiful straight hit. Class timing, and Stephen looks very much the part. Now he's actually 56 or 55. It's a runner ball innings. And he is the key man here in this partnership. The partnership also comes up to 101, 120 for 3. All the accolades now for Stephen as he goes to 56 or 55 balls. That it has included 8 fours and 2 sixes. And they've achieved the 120 runs. They've achieved the partnership of 101. So they're ticking off all of those milestones towards that chase. They still need 139. The target, if we need to remind you, 258. Yeah, slow, flighted delivery, but on a full length. And the batsman can't do too much to get under that. I like the angle he produced there to avoid him going down the track again to hit him straight. So a clever ball to finish the over, 120 for 3. And that's the end of Bernard's 4th over. He's gone none for 21 after going for 2 runs in his first 2 overs. So he's considered another 19 in the following 2 overs, which indicates how well Stephen and Emsley have actually gone about their batting.
It may well prove to be the difference between the two sides. Certainly, it has been a difference, the manner in which they've approached the spin bowler. It's not without risk taking the attack to them, but perhaps preferable to the slightly passive approach the Eastern Storm were guilty of in their innings. They basically just played the spinners out. You could count perhaps on 2 digits the number of boundaries that form of bowling yielded.
So Kruger, this has come off the thickish outside edge of the bat. It beats the fielder at backward point. He gives chase. And this is good to see that Emsley showing his, Stephen is showing his fitness. He's called for the 3rd run, and they've turned for it as well. So that takes Emsley to 42, and Stephen remains on 56. Waiting for that scoreboard to update. It's now 45. It confirms 3 runs taken. Stephen on strike. At the least, I feel right in this short spell in between, if they can just avoid boundaries being scored, would be the key to them then picking up wickets, because that generally the pattern, the play follows that kind of a pattern, and so can Kruger just keep it down to a boundaryless over and maybe then force the 4th stroke. He's in now. And well left by Emsley, biding his time. Looked the aggressor in the early part of this partnership, but Stephen has just taken over the reins, and Emsley happy to be the supporting act. Kruger in again. Good straight drive, but there's protection here in the deep. Very straight long off fielder. He stays very, very straight here at long off, making room, and this takes a thick outside edge. This is going to run away to the boundary. Fielder at backward point will just give chase to retrieve the ball from the boundary, but that's certainly a lucky one, and that's exactly what they were looking for. And you can tell from the approach of Stephen and Emsley, both the batters, that they are looking for that minimum of 1 boundary in the over. That was the attempt, and he's got the reward for it out of a thick outside edge. 129 for 3, and the partnership now growing in stature. They came in at 19 for 3. They've now added 110 runs for the 4th wicket. Kruger in again. Clearly the home team now under some pressure. And that's the end of Kruger's over, his 3rd, and the end of the 24th over of the innings. 129 for 3.
One of the great joys of watching cricket, how quickly momentum can change. 29 for 3, it was all Eastern Storm. And those favouring the hosts were probably lumping it all on, but cricket has a funny way of shifting momentum, defying the odds. And at the moment, you'd be a brave man to bet against the Border Veterans.
Emsley on 46 now, facing Bernhard, who continues from the far side. He'll start his 5th over, and he's around the wicket, and he's flighting the delivery. He's producing that angle to really test the batsman. I'm looking for that booming cover drive, and I do see that deep, wideish extra cover on the boundary. There's a very straight long off, a wideish long on the boundary, and then a conventional mid-wicket short fine leg. At a short 45, there's a deep mid-wicket on that boundary. That is the longest boundary. I reckon if he wants to be catching, but that would be of a medium pace bowler. Of a spinner, there's every chance that even the likes of Emsley will clear that area. So Bernhard now, a lot to think about. It's a quicker delivery through the air, slightly short of a length, and very easily stroked out to the offside for 1.
I wonder what it was wicketkeeper Braun thought he'd noticed. Ran the length of the wicket to whisper some sweet nothing into the ear of his bowler. You can't rest on your laurels as a spinner when the batsmen are taking the attack to you.
So he's gone over again, and here's another straight drive, this time long off. Will come round to cut it off.
He's bowled well, Bernard, but they have not allowed him to settle. They've taken the attack to him and made his life as difficult as possible. You'd have to say in the first innings of this match, perhaps Eastern Storm missed a bit of a trick in not doing the same to the border spinners.
Flighted delivery, neat little push unfurled around that front. They made up their minds that they're not going to allow that to happen. They're going to rotate the strike where the boundaries are there for the taking, they would. That's why we saw a straight hit for 6 and the one that went over cow corner, which was for me the quality stroke of this partnership.
Okay.
4 runs, misfield. It's a well-timed stroke again, this time from of the Stevens bat. 136 for 3.
Those are the kinds of mistakes you tend to get this deep into a demoralizing partnership, aren't they? When a couple of early wickets have fallen, the fielders are all on their toes, full of energy. Heads are starting to drop a bit, starting to droop a bit. This one's boxed out into the deep for a single. Yeah, it'll be up to the likes of the wicketkeeper, the captain, to keep energy levels high. Very, very easy for the fielding team to let things drift in a situation like this.
Yeah, so 8 runs coming off that over. The end of the 25th, 137 for 3. I reckon maybe, just maybe, given that this is 45 overs and the likes of Bernard having completed 5, he still has a 4 in the bag, to maybe just make a change on the far side, because this partnership has settled in. They're reading the bowling well. They know exactly how to just play on this particular surface. So there's no change from our end, which is the commentary box end, which is also the Ekurhuleni end, the town end. And it will be Kruger who'll continue. He's gone for 20 as well in his 3 overs. So maybe just a bit of change of pace will do in this middle part of the innings. 25 overs complete. So not much of a change in the field. What I would do is to try and see if that fielder at third man could go a little more finer, because that's the area where the ball has run away for 4. Unless he's, of course, one of the faster fielders. And I think they're looking to actually make that adjustment to bring the fielder in, the third man fielder into the ring and dropping out mid-wicket to the boundary. So lots of opportunities for both Stephen and Emsley. Stephen on strike on 67. Oh, a little short outside the off stump. Very lucky that he ran straight to the fielder. There's wide extra cover on the boundary to try and cut that off. Kruger in again. Wide outside the off stump. Pulled across the line. Gone all the way for 4. No chance for the fielder at long on to get around to that one. Mid-wicket didn't bother to run. And there's the boundary in the over they're looking for. It's come off the Stevens bat again. Daniel Stephen and Andrew Emsley, the 2 batsmen who have really impressed in this partnership, which has grown now to 122. Flighted delivery, a beautiful looking on drive, but straight to the fielder at wideish long on. 1 run will accrue.
Yeah, the momentum's beginning to take on certain inexorable characteristics. Can't see how this partnership's being broken. Virtually everything is coming off the middle of the bat. We've had virtually no false strokes. They've been in utter command for a good 15 overs now.
Absolutely they have. So on 48 is Emsley, looking for 2 more to get to his milestone, and to just maybe stamp the authority that both of us are here for the long haul.
If there is anything like the commentator's curse, we know what's going to happen now, don't we?
On that occasion, his timing just seems to elude him, and the score is unchanged on 142 for 3. They need 116 to win of the remaining 20 overs, 120 balls. So it looks very easy from the scoreboard statistics point of view. But he's really played a fantastic supporting role. As I said, he looked the aggressor in the beginning of the partnership, but clearly he's got the end result in mind. and they're playing with that mindset. So this is when you're watching the true veterans at play, Rodney. This is what comes through. This is what shines through, and this is what we're seeing in the likes of both Stephen and Emsley. 142 for 3 after 26, and both looking really strong. 72 to Stephen of 65, and then 48 of 68 for Emsley. And the partnership 123 over 124. This can, as you say, really demoralize the fielding side. So they are making that change on the far end. For Mark coming in for the first time today, so a completely different change, and this may be a wise move. And let's see what Mark is able to do. Haven't seen much of him today.
He's a slow bowler, I can almost certainly guarantee you that. Wicketkeeper right up to the stumps. Seemed to flick the wrist as he was tossing the ball from one hand to the other, which, for those of us who love leg spin, gets us very excited.
So the keeper's standing up. There's another spinner in action. There's a sudden gust of wind across the ground. He's a left-arm orthodox spinner coming wide of the crease and does his own fielding. Very tall and using the width of the crease.
Very much a finger spinner, belying early prognostications.
Oh, there's an appeal for an LBW, or is it a catch? It's gone to hand, and both of them can't believe it. The umpire is unmoved, and so is Stephen.
There was no affirmative shake of the head from the umpire there. Was clearly mulling it over, encouraged a prolonged appeal, which for the fielding side it's always more frustrating when it ultimately ends in futility.
Yeah, immediately what Vermaak should pick up here is that Stephen is very adept, happy to play on the back foot, so he's waiting for the turn. He needs to pitch it up, because that's what worked for him in that previous delivery, which they went up for the appeal. But so far, he's made the batsman play at all three of the deliveries. 142 for 3. We're in the 27th over. Yeah, teasing or looping delivery outside the off stump and driven for 1.
Yeah, much less purist-friendly bowling action this compared to what we've seen from that end for the past 30 minutes or so. But to date, he's been mightily effective. The tidiest over we've had in quite some time, just 1 from it. It's 143 for 3 after 27. The required rate still hovering around that 6.3, 6.4 mark. Really has become a beautiful day here. The early morning shivers are a thing of grateful memory. Ground bathed in sunlight. I'd love to be out there. Looks delicious.
Clear blue skies from the moment we came in here this morning, but heavy gusts of wind. I think the temperatures when I got to the ground, just checking on the car, it was 7.5 degrees. So typical high felt wind in the morning. No change from the Kuruleni end. It's Kruger who continues, starts his 5th over, and we're into the 28th over of the innings. The target is 258, 143 for 3, and they need just 115 to win. Full toss, and this is dispatched disdainfully over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. He needn't run. He knew that it's come off the middle of the bat, and once again it's come off the Stevens bat, and that takes him to 79 of 72.
Oh, he's well set now, isn't he? Held his shape beautifully. We've seen the occasional player struggle a bit with those looping full tosses. It can be a little difficult to keep your shape with those.
That's a good firm on drive, straight drive for 1 run. No, you're right. I mean, sometimes you look to hit it too hard, and other times you're not too sure if you want to defend it or you're looking for a gap.
Too long to think about it, don't
exactly.
you? Yeah.
It's 150 up with that single. It's a good-looking off drive, but again, the ease of field had wide extra cover, so he'll come through, tidy it up. They'll run through for 2, and that will be Amsley registering a very well played, a very well crafted 50. And the two of them came in with a score, got together with a score on 19 for 3, and boy, have they looked fantastic. That 50 has come off 70 deliveries with 7 fours.
Yeah, he's played the sheet anchor role while his teammate at the other end has led the attack, but as demonstrated earlier in this over, if he gets a freebie, he's not going to turn it down. He's punished the poor balls, he's played respectfully the good ones, and I would not be at all surprised if he's here at the end with a tidy 3 figures to his name.
So the Board of Veterans, the current champions of the Over-50s interprovincial common. Oh, that's a beautiful lofted drive for 6. On any ground, that's a 6. Once again, it is Daniel Stephen that unleashes the most glorious looking lofted drive for 6. A real quality player, and I said earlier, it looks like he could still be playing at some provincial level. That's the quality of play that we've watched, and he in particular has been exceptional, especially when he's unleashed those strokes.
Yeah, we've had a masterclass in 6 hitting this over. On neither occasion did either batsman try to hit the ball too hard. Just got under it nicely, kept a good stable foundation, freed their arms through the line, and achieved full reward.
Yeah, really playing like champions. They did with the ball when things looked to go a little against them. They fought back and limited the home team to a score of 257, where 265, 270 looked on the cards. And now a recovery with a bat of wonderful proportions. 19 for 3 they were, and suddenly 159. That partnership 140 and climbing for Mark. Starts the new over. Amsley steers and it's misfielded, and they'll get the single anyway.
And for the first time in, well, a good 20 overs, the required run rate has dipped under a run a ball.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, and I think having watched so much of this type of cricket, is that if you just stay within touching distance of the required run rate, not let it run away from you, then you're always in the game. And in fact, if the batters bat responsibly, you could actually pass the score with relative ease. Just an appeal from Mark, the bowler himself. Gentle question to the umpire. Looked like it was a little too high on this occasion. Stephen really looks very fit as well. His running between the wickets has been good to watch.
A very, very tidy start from Mark. Almost exactly the same as his his slow bowling colleague, who began with 2 very tidy overs. Well, there I've gone with that commentator's curse again, haven't I? Yeah, launched to the longest boundary on the ground. In fact, clears both it and the fence behind it, lodging in the grass embankment there. Probably worth 8, given the length of the boundary we're talking about. It's got to the very top of that grass embankment too. Yeah, 6 seems like shortchanging him for a hit like that.
No, it's a quality hit. It was a bad ball, no doubt. And for Mark himself would know that better than anyone else. But to be able to control that stroke and also find the distance was good to watch. I'm sure Stevens, is using a wonderful bat. He's got a really good piece of willow in his hands. He's on 92 now of 78.
Oh, it makes a beautiful crack, doesn't it? That sound almost of a rifle discharging when he's really laid into something. Bats don't sound much like they used to, do they? I remember the old you used to get. Now it's more of a dull thud. I think it's probably a product of new technology, that compression all bats undergo.
Yeah, initially when I was playing and long before I started playing, I mean, we used to just say that sounds like it's coming off a cushion. It's a lovely little hollow sound, but you know that it's traveling off the meat of the bat, or off the sweet spot. Now you clearly hear it, and you even hear the commentators in international games say, how about that sound, that crack of the willow, because of the fact that they are so compressed. We see bowlers, a batsman in the modern game, snick sixes. So Wajid Fizzle, who used to be a very competent left-arm seam bowler, has now resorted to left-arm spin. And I know he did that at times as well, when he felt at the Lenasia Stadium pitch, when it was much too docile, that he would take to spin. So his first ball wide outside the off stump. He comes in here at the beginning of the 30th over.
Very round-armed action, whether that's just a loosener or not, we'll see shortly. A lot higher that time. That's beautifully bowled. Nice loop, lovely line. Little hint of movement away from the bat after pitching. Nicely negotiated there by the set Emsley.
Just adjusting his field, he's picked up where these batsmen's strengths are, so he's come on now. Oh, there's such a needless run out if it is one given not out.
Oof.
The umpire has given not out. It looks as though Emsley has made his ground. He stepped this to the fielder who's running towards the ball. For a moment there was a lack of concentration, and he was sent back correctly by Stephen, and almost found himself run out short of his ground.
Few rather bemused faces out there.
Yep.
On the fielding side. Let's just say that they probably respectfully disagree with that verdict. It looked mightily close.
Yeah, I think the dive perhaps just saved Emsley on that occasion. He's on 52 now. Fielder at backward point. He's just off the square. Flighted delivery. He really needs to be somewhere at least another 3 or 4 meters to his left. So he gives himself ample room to go either way, because with the left arm spinner bowling around the wicket, the orthodox off spin, that's where the batsmen actually tap and look for runs. So let's see what Fizzle does on this occasion. It's a quicker delivery, it's well picked up. It's going to go all the way for 4. That is brilliant batting, instantly identified and played with aplomb there by Stephen for 4. He goes to 96 and the total to 171 for 3. That after 30 overs, and Fizzle's first over rather spoilt with that boundary. He goes for 5 runs. And at 30 overs at 171 for 3, 96 for Stephen. Emsley is on 53. The partnership is worth 152. They need just 87 to win. We're going to leave you for about 10 minutes until the innings resumes.
Welcome back to Willowmoore Park, where the border veterans, in quest of a fairly large total, somewhat middling one perhaps, on the basis of what we've seen from this pitch, are 171 for 3, needing 5.8 and over from here on in. After an early wobble, they were 29 for 3 at one stage. This fourth wicket partnership has really retrieved the situation and put them frankly in the pound seat. They'd have to do very well not to win from here, but cricket is a funny old game, as we've seen several times over the course of this match, and one of the great joys of it, of course, is that it puts paid even to the most confident predictions. Spin still operating from the chalet end. I'm told it was called the chalet end because once there were chalets over there. Don't know if this one is boxed on the full, through cover, quite literally through cover, through his legs for 4. I'd taken it for granted as it was travelling in his direction that we were destined to be enjoying a dot ball there, but a slight error. And 4 more accrues. This one's short and swivelling pull around to deep mid-wicket. Just 1 run this time. They've been very, very busy, these two. They haven't allowed the bowlers to settle at all. Very few dot balls. Very few dot balls in succession, certainly.
So Stephen on 96 now, facing for mark. Just adjusting the field. These two have been in fantastic control, Stephen and Emsley. Mark taking his time, just getting a good grip of the ball. He's wide of the crease again. And on the back foot on this occasion, playing the 2 strokes that we've seen, the one that went for 4 and the one where they just picked up the, where Emsley picked up the single to the leg side. So I think in that chat during the break, and that's a single to Stephen that will take him to 97. It was all about the fact that if it's coming slow off the pitch, you guys need to start, just keep the pace going. Don't let spinners actually settle in. And that's why we saw those exuberant strokes played by the likes of Stephen and Emsley. Emsley is now facing. This one's a little quicker outside the off stump. And well kept. And that's also the end of the over. 177 for 3. I had a friend on the phone a moment ago, and I said to him, listen, this fellow's about to get to 100, and I want to be on air when he reaches it, because it's been a quality innings. So here we are, end of the over.
Yeah, a 20-year-old would be proud of this knock. He's looked so assured and authoritative from the very first ball, which, when you consider that he faced that first ball with his team in a pretty parlous position, reflects great credit upon him and his temperament.
Correct. So Wajid Fazal, ball in hand, flighted delivery outside the off stump, nicely driven. He almost overruns it, has to give breaks and slides and make certain of the stop. So 2 more runs off the Stephens bat. He goes to 99 off 83. And there's the stroke that will take him to what has been a quality 100. In fact, it runs away for 4, and he holds his bat aloft, faces his teammates, and his partner in crime certainly gives him a deserved hug. This has been a quality innings. We've called many, many innings in our time, Rodney. This has to stand out as one of the quality innings that we've seen in a long time. 103 of 84, 13 fours and 5 sixes.
Certainly the best century I've seen by a half-centurion, that's for sure. He's played like a man half his age, with the wisdom of a man twice his age. This one he bunts straight back to the bowler. Very quick on his feet, very lithe, clearly very fit. Picks the length so nice and quickly, gets into position really early, plays the ball nice and late, always under the eyes. All the makings of a fine batsman there. I say the makings, as if he isn't a fine batsman already.
Yeah. He's playing for the Vets. Or it'd be the makings of the vet if he's just disqualified at the age of 50.
Yeah, but by vet standards, he's a baby, isn't he?
Yeah, but beautifully, a beautiful innings, really. It's just so good to watch good cricket shots, and this fellow has provided it all. You had to think twice about that one, and I like the way he adjusted to eventually just look to bunt it to the leg side instead of going for the full-blooded pull. That ends the over, the 32nd, 184 for 3. Stephen on a quality 104 of 88. Emsley in this partnership that's worth 165 has contributed 58 runs of 81. And it's just been a joy to watch. We're going to try and bring our viewers up to date as to what's happening on the B and C fields, where two other of these over-50s internationals have been going. We're having a bit of problems with internet to just try and keep abreast with what's going on the other grounds. But I must say that the champions are putting on a champion performance here, the defending champions, the Border veterans, great fight back with the ball, and now just a wonderful batting display, flighted delivery to Stephen, and he just eases this to the offside for a single. So they still need 73 runs to win. Where is the wicket coming from? Do they perhaps even look to go back to the likes of Grobler and Taladia? Or did they feel it was just too easy with the seam bowlers? But I think I've emphasized is that sometimes just a change of pace makes a difference. And what we've seen is a change of spinners on both ends. For Mark in again. And Emsley is happy to just continue to play the role, the sheet anchor role. And it's been an equally innings and an innings of equal quality from Andrew Emsley as well. For Mark in, flighted delivery and inviting full toss, misfielded. For a moment he didn't know where it went, and it just hopped over his shoulder and it's hit the boundary, so it's gone for 4. And that's the type of fielding that I'm sure the coaches and the captain's not going to be too pleased with. That takes the total to 190, because all the hard work's being done, you get behind the ball, and then to miss that is not what the captain wants. This is short, and it's pulled vigorously across to the leg side. This time it's a good stop, good pickup as well, and the ball back into play.
Very sneaky strategy from you there, Aslam. I remember earlier you were saying you weren't going to criticize the fielding. What you've done instead is ventriloquize the captain and the coach. They won't be happy with it, of course.
Yeah, for sure. 4 runs, so well picked up. He had a few areas in which to look to penetrate, but he chose the right one because there's no fielder there. He's picked up the fact that mid-wicket is very deep. It's a huge boundary, and the only way he's going to get the boundary is if he goes wide of that fielder. So he's achieved that. Has Emsley, he goes to 63 with that boundary at the end of the 33rd over, 195 for 3. Do we have any updates?
I'm afraid no. I'm still waiting for the needful page to load. It's an excellent website, the Veterans host on crickclubs.com. I'd recommend anyone with an internet connection working slightly better than ours is, go pay it a visit to keep abreast of all the happenings in this wonderful tournament.
So Fazal continues.
As soon as we have information to impart, we will impart it.
Competition played over 4 days. Dances down the track and then knew exactly what he was looking to achieve. He's gone over the top of the fielder in the inner circle, and he's beaten the fielder at long off by a long way for a quality boundary. Stevens now 114 and the total 199. They need just 59 to win with all of those 7 wickets in hand, with 2 batsmen well established at the crease. So yeah, 4 days of cricket. Again, short ball and hit for 6 with simple control. Knew exactly what he wanted out of that, and he's gone for the big boundary, and he's achieved that as well. The scoreboard says 4. It looked to me like it went for 6.
I think the umpire signalled 6 too, so I think our scorers will be making
No, they've
an
got
equal.
it. Yeah. 205 is correct because it
Yeah,
was
there we go.
199.
There we go. It does bring up the 200, in other words.
Down the track again and plays another handsome looking drive for 4. It wasn't too far and wide off that fielder at wide extra cover, but the quality of that stroke from Stephen once again is the absolute delight. 124th, 95, 209 on the board now. They're racing along. They need 49 to win. Oh, that's a good stop. Just a single a cruise. So 8 provincial teams involved, and 2 groups, A and B, in round robin, and the 2 winners play in a final. There's no other knockouts, there's no semi-finals. So we'll have a second round of matches tomorrow, starting here at 9 o'clock. And then there'll be a different set of teams, of course. And then there'll be a day off because these are veterans, so it's a rest day. And also the reason why they've kept the day open, I'm told, is that in case there was any rain, that, and if they needed to then replay a game, that the free day would allow that to happen. So the weather is set fair for the rest of the week. And then Thursday will be the last round of round robin matches. And on Friday we'll be calling the cup final. And right now I have to say that, not knowing what's happening at the other 2 fields, the Border veterans look very much the favourites to defend the title. It's 211 for 3 after 34 overs. They need just 47 to win, with a partnership that has now gone to 192. And I'm sure stats will show that this is possibly the best overall partnership in over-50s competitions.
Well, if there was a bigger one, that must have been worth watching. This has been electrifying. Really, really great stuff, especially considering the circumstances of its beginning.
Oh, without a doubt. You keep looking at the score at 19 for 3. Oh, he's very gentlemanly, like declared it a 4, made it easy for the umpires. So Emsley picks up the boundary, and that we'll get confirmation in a moment to take him into the 70s. 215 for 3.
As powerful as Border have looked so far, this one is pulled out to deep mid wicket for a single. As powerful as they've looked so far, one of the great matters of intrigue about this tournament is how differently the different grounds and pitches appear to be playing. And of course, different conditions require different strengths, different emphases. So a side that thrives on the main oval won't necessarily have the run of things on the out grounds.
Point very well made. I mean, we took the walkabout this morning and saw that on the one hand there was I think the C field had short boundaries, so the teams were really cashing in on it. The other match where the Lions are playing, the complaint was that the outfield is much too thick, and they can't do much about it apparently because it generally plays like that on the B field. So you're right, when it comes to conditions, it's not necessarily about who does well on this beautifully paced pitch, a magnificent outfield. Van Marken again down the track, and when he wants to hit a 6, he'll certainly hit it. The fielder in the deep has in fact lost it because it was high and mighty, and it's goal, and it's cleared the boundary for another 6. 2-2-2 for 3 the score is, and Stevens with that mighty hit goes to 131.
We're not going to be here very, very much longer at this rate, are we? That total, that required total, is getting smaller and smaller with every delivery. Oh, for a dot, my kingdom for a dot. It's been an age since we saw one of those.
Yeah. Now the required rate is under 4 runs. They're scoring at almost 6.5, and why not? They've dealt in boundaries in I would reckon, at least in the last 12, maybe even 10 to 12 overs in the main. I think the break certainly at the end of the 30th over, there was a message that went out, because it's now with wickets in hand, you guys are well set, try and secure a good net run rate, so much so that even if you lose a game somewhere along the line, that the net run rate will still come into play. So that's the key point. And one of the batters taking a refreshment, and deservedly so. And it is, of course, Stephen that's had a quick drink, having played so well.
Net run rate, of course, a crucial factor in such a short tournament. It's not unlikely that you'll have a lot of teams poised on the same overall points tally, the same number of matches won and lost, and net run rate is the measure by which we separate them. And chatting to a few players at the outset today, I mean, it was the word on almost everyone's lips. It's very much to the forefront of their minds. And these two definitely seem to be playing self-consciously with a mind to improving the NRR of their team.
So Jan Grobelaar, who opened the bowling, back in the attack, can he pull another one of the Justin Price magic out of his hat? Price got 5 for 35 after going for 20 runs in his first 19 runs in his first 2 overs. And he's the seam bowler that really impressed with his high arm action, kept it very straight and forced the batsman to make errors. And he was the difference in the total being 257 instead of 275 or even 280. And now the captain really taking his time here in setting the field, because they probably feel that a wicket here will perhaps just put a bit of a halt on this onslaught. So Jan Grobelaar, who's bowled 5 overs, taken 2 for 23. I wonder if he's just brought back into the attack a little too late. I've been calling for it for at least the last 45 minutes or so. And he starts with a good straight delivery, just nicely angled to the leg side for a walking single for Emsley.
Yeah, the situation could not be more different from that in which he bowled the last ball of his previous spell. Almost a flip and reversal.
He's in again. Strikes him on the pad, appeals for LBW. The umpire he does move. He's unmoved from a decision point of view, but he does move across. And that's also another indication that the umpire is not interested. 2-2-2 for 3. Ten overs left. They need just 39. They need just 35 runs. Pardon me. Powerfully played. The fielder makes the stop, but wrings his hand. It's not easy out there. The temperature remains just above 10, maybe 12 degrees. Watching the trees on the opposite side, still swirling about. This wind has been with us for all morning, but it was pretty gusty earlier today. Stephen on 131, about to take strike again. Respects a good delivery and pushes it out to the offside. What an example of class batsmanship here. That as much as you are on top of the opposition, the partnership is over 200 runs, but it's all about control, technique, temperament. All of it is here to be seen. Once again, a good delivery is just pushed down the pitch. How often we see in the modern game that even good balls are struck for boundaries. But here we're seeing what is absolutely necessary from a team point of view, and the Board of Veterans will take their hats off for this pair of batters in Andrew Amsley and Daniel Stephen.
The only slight caveat one could offer, and it's a very slight and rather curmudgeonly one, I think, is that they've definitely had the best of the batting. It's flattened out even over the course of this innings. I think early on in this innings we saw that back of a length delivery causing all sorts of bother, whereas 25, 30 overs later it's being routinely launched into the stands.
It's a good point you make, and I think earlier I was just describing the weather and the wind. I think that had a lot to do with it earlier today. With the new ball, the pink ball, it certainly, there was good lift But having said that, it allowed the batsmen to actually play their strokes pretty freely. Ibrahim and Braun both got to 40s. They put on 92 for the first wicket, and that really was an excellent launch pad. And unfortunately, they didn't make too much of use of it. The other two batsmen in the top order at number 3 and 4, Nell and Steyn, then scored 45 and 52 respectively. And that really looked a good performance, but it was all about Justin Price and his 5 wickets that determined the score. So now, Nell is the new bowler, bowling gentle trundlers, Johan Nell.
I suppose the only downside, from a very narrow point of view, to Stevens' great innings, the velocity with which he's scored, is that he hasn't left his partner nearly enough runs to get his 100. I think 31 are left in the bank now, and
34 to win.
34, right? Oh, there we go. And Emsley only has 70 so far, so he'd have to do by far the bulk of the scoring. He'd have to monopolise it to a Bannermanian degree to stand the vaguest chance.
But Rod, it's also good you raised that point, because if there are youngsters listening, then what this tells you, it's a team game.
Absolutely.
So even if Emsley was, as I said earlier on, the leading light in the partnership, it's the other guy's day today. He's striking the ball better. He's timing it better. He looks like he's in complete control. So you know what? The team just needs to win this. So I'll hang on my side, and that's exactly what he's done. This has been high quality stuff that we've seen here on display. A wonderful demonstration on how to play the game, and it's great to see that it's coming from the veterans. So Johan Nell is the 9th bowler that's been used in this innings. Oh, that drops just short of the fielder at cover. That may have been the first false stroke of the Stevens bat. The fielder there at wide cover was in two minds. He wasn't too sure whether he should actually go and attack it or allow it to get nearer to him. In the end, it dropped short.
Yeah, it was one of those horror moments when you're thinking, oh, does my insurance cover dentition, you know?
Yeah, or a broken finger for that matter.
Absolutely.
So end of 37, 225 for 3. What a partnership this has been.
Oh, it's been stunning.
Absolutely stunning. They came together at 19 for 3. We can't emphasize that enough. And now 206, unbroken. And they are just 33 runs short of posting what will be a memorable win, a great start to the defense of their title. And what does happen when you start early and you've got a good solid squad, you either keep the same lot going in the field the very next day, or you actually push in your other 2 or 3 who have been left out and give everyone game time. So by the time you get to game 3 and hopefully the final, everyone's had a knockout in the middle. And I think psychologically, from a preparation point of view, they'll all be in a very good space. So important in this very short tournament to get on with that. This is a low full toss. It'll go all the way for 6. Beautifully played, just a flick of the wrist, and Stevens helps himself to yet another 6. I think, if I stand for correction, that's his 9th 6 in this innings of 139, to go with 14 4s. Grobler in again. Oh, that stays very low, wide outside the off stump. There is an excellent stop. Full-blooded stroke, hit really well. Has he hurt his shoulder or his hands? I'm not too sure, but he seems in a bit of discomfort there. It looks like it's the shoulder. Hopefully there isn't too much of damage, but that was a really good stop, which again indicates the commitment from the Eastern Storm's veterans. Down the pitch, and this is flicked away to the onside. And for a moment, the fielder thought this is going over his head. He was backpedaling and he realized this was mistimed. It was along the ground. And just a single to the Stevens name will take him to 142, 32 for 3.
Okay, at long last, some updates from the other grounds. The Lions are playing Eastern Province on, I think, Field A. The Lions 214 for 7 after their 45 overs. In response, Eastern Province are 110 for 7 after 33. Not looking especially salubrious for the boys from the Eastern Province.
Single for Amsley.
Meanwhile, in the Dolphins over-50 match, looked a very high-scoring affair over there. Dolphins batting first, bowled out for 280 off the penultimate delivery of their 45-over allotment. Western Province, in response, 174 for 7, in all sorts of trouble too. So very much one-sided, one-way traffic in whichever match you care to look at. They were all delicately poised for a while, but in every case, one side's taken the match by the scruff of the neck and really run away with it. You've been well rewarded today for assertive, positive, brave, risk-taking cricket.
Thank you very much to Alwyn to provide us those updates. 234 for 4.
I clean forgot to mention the Titans and Boerland.
Oh yeah, of
right
course.
at the bottom of my screen. So Boerland batting first, bowled out for 174. You see there the marked difference in conditions, and the Titans chased that down with just 2 wickets in the bank after 38 overs. A tight match there. Rather belying what I said about the other 3.
Okay, indeed. And so basically teams that have batted first on the other 2 grounds have lost or are very close to losing. And here the team batting second looked very much on course. 234 for 3. Down the track. Oh, this is, was it a stumping chance or did it come off the bat edge? Wide of the wicketkeeper. We'll keep an eye on the umpire. Or did it come off some part of the body? No, it didn't. So there was definitely an edge. He went for the big booming drive. Did Stephen? Missed it. It may have been a little wide of the wicketkeeper, who's actually done a very good job as Roland Braun.
He hasn't had much to do, has he? Very, very little's been allowed to go through to him.
Yeah, I reckon after the first, when the score was 19 for 3, it was inside of the 10 overs. So he hasn't had much to do after that, you're right.
Took a very, very good catch. The first of all wickets to fall in this innings.
So Nell continues from that other end, from the chalet's end, where the other grounds are, beyond that huge side screen away from us on the opposite end. Emsley 73, Stephen 141, Stephen on strike now. 236 for 3. They need just 22 to win. Again, makes room. It's so slow in coming off the pitch and through the air that even the batsman with the quality of Stephen finding it a bit difficult, not necessarily to read the bowler, but to read the pace of the pitch. 235, 234 for 3. In fact, it's now confirmed again that it is 235 for 3. So 22 runs required, and still a whole 6 overs left.
Yeah, in the end, they've made light work of it. We did say that the total felt a little on the subpar side, and
that's right.
I think this run rate, this run chase certainly has confirmed those suspicions. Another, 30, 40 runs would have made things a little more awkward.
Yeah, you can tell also why Russell Bennett is the captain of the South African team and also the Eastern Storms, because I think he used his bowlers really very intelligently, and he was rewarded for some of that bold decision making. And having said that, he certainly had the quality of Justin Price, but also 2 spinners who really kept it very tidy, and denied a lot of boundary scoring, and that may be the difference in the strength of the bowling, and maybe even the variety that was on show today. And that may be something that the Eastern Storm will address at the close of this particular match. Short, not that short, it doesn't even come up much, but an attempted stop with the leg was maybe being too optimistic. I reckon he would have really taken a blow there and been gone off the field. It's gone for 4 in the meantime, 241 for 3. And you have to, Grobler was the one who in fact started the rot as far as the border batting was concerned. He picked up the 2 wickets that fell, the first 2 wickets, and only brought back into the attack much later. His ball edged to the onside, no run. And I reckon he's perhaps the one that you should have brought back early. Also, I always talk about, maybe from a psychological point of view, batsmen will say, hey, listen, this chap picked up the first 2 wickets, we've got to just be a little more circumspect with him. So to bring him up bring him back into the attack at a really opportune time is always a good thing. And unfortunately for Grobler, he's now going to be putting the finishing touches to what has been a very good batting innings. Short run up. Makes room, and the ball's just clearing the fielder at mid-on, and that'll run away for 4. And Stephen continues his merry way, and that takes him to 149, does it?
Yeah.
245 for 3. They need 13 runs to win. I reckon it's going to take some real doing for anyone else in any of the other 6 teams to actually match the quality of what we've seen here. Not just from Stephen, but both these guys. I mean, we've waxed lyrical, we've talked about how the match situation has dictated how the 2 of them play and how they've actually batted in tandem.
Ooh.
And given out, would you believe, Ansley's gone for the sweep shot. It's hit him on the full, and wonderful to see a bit of a handshake from Roland Braun to acknowledge what has been a good innings. We've described it in no uncertain terms what quality we've seen, but the 4th wicket falls here at the end of the 40th over. It's 245 for 4, and I'm waiting for the details of the Amsley innings, and read it out for us.
Yeah, 74 runs in 141 minutes. I'm seeing, oh, my eyes are terrible. How many balls? Is
96.
96 balls with 10 fours and no sixes, if I'm seeing that correctly, which I rather doubt I am, to be honest.
No, it is right. You're absolutely
Okay.
correct. 74 of 96, 59 dot balls and 10 fours. So it just shows how he held fort on the one end. That statistics speaks volumes. 245 for 4. They just need 13 runs, and
from memory, it was the first attempted sweep of his innings, wasn't it? He'd been playing immaculately straight all the way through, and the moment he decides to get a bit delicate and fancy, misses a straight one and suffers the raised finger for what was probably the only error of an otherwise blemish-free knock. My word. That was so slow, he could have, if unsatisfied with it, run down the pitch, caught it, and bowled it again.
I had a friend that used to say he had time to light a cigarette.
Not a bad idea to a new batsman.
You make it look too easy as when you just come in.
Yeah. When the footwork's a little tentative.
The new batsman being not. $150 up for Stephen. And now I can actually hear some hand claps out towards our right where his teammates are seated at the dressing room not too far from us. A quality innings of 151.
Yeah, his half century went basically unmarked, either by him or by the crowd, but both subsequent milestones thoroughly appreciated.
And so Robin Knott, Knott, has joined Daniel Stephen.
This one's creamed out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. And the runs to win column is now around 10. 2 hits away, really.
Knott doesn't want to be tied up in knots. He just gets his bat down at the last minute and then squeezes the ball onto the onside. It's the second time he's done that. Big fellow he is, facing the equally big Nell on the far side. This time he does play a neat looking drive for no run.
Very bottom-handed in technique, slightly less easy on the eye than his predecessor and current partner. Looks pretty effective to date. They look, generally speaking, an almighty batting lineup to this border side. No, the top 3 all failed. They looked good in failing though. Imagine the sort of scores they'll be posting if they all fire at once. One shudders to think. Will no one have mercy on the bowlers?
So this is the beginning of the 42nd over. They need just 9 runs to win. Stephen facing on 152. Can he put the finishing touches to what has been a superb innings? And more importantly, stay unbeaten. Such has been the quality of this innings and the importance of this knock for the defending champions that that would be the most appropriate way to actually end this innings on a not out. Grobler in again, does his own fielding.
Yeah, there is something poetic and beautiful and apt, isn't there, about the match being ended by the man who did most to win it, you know. It's a truism what we say about being there till the end, and it's as much about poetic justice as anything else.
He's down the track and then he chooses the spot that he wants to hit it at, and he'll get 4 runs through that mid-wicket region in complete control of batsmanship out in the middle, hitting it where he aims to and improvises as he gets along. He dances down the track and then decides that this is a little slow, so maybe just bunting it to the onside would be the way to pick up the runs, and he does. So they need just 5 runs to win. Goes across the line, he's hit this over the top. Is it going to go all the way? Talk about putting the game to a great finish. That is the ideal way to finish. And Stevens ends on a magnificent 162, and 259 has been achieved here in the 42nd over to give border veterans a most emphatic win, a stylish win with both ball and bat, and it has been memorable stuff and really an opportunity and really a privilege to call. And it's just good to see that even the fellows over the age of 50 are able to produce such good cricket. And what we've witnessed here is a quality partnership between Stevens and also Amsley. And clearly, one of the highlights of the day, the knock from Stevens, to go with, of course, that bowling performance from Justin Price, 5 for 35. Both of them have contributed largely to what has been a memorable win for the veterans, border veterans. And I'm going to leave it to Rodney to choose the man of the match.
Oh, I think there's only one person who can possibly go to. Not often a man takes 5 wickets and finds himself deprived of that award, but 162 off 124 balls in a match-winning cause, won the match in style off his own bat, came in with his side on the ropes in a parlous, very precarious position, and in the end made it look easy. Some sumptuous shots all around the wicket, 360 degrees, both sides of the wicket too. Drives, cuts, pulls, slog sweeps, dinks, everything you could hope to see from a modern batsman. And in the end, a thoroughly well-earned victory for Border Over-50s. 6 wickets they do it by with 4 overs in the tank.
Yeah, so in closing, what I'll just say is that I endorse everything that you said. Beautifully described that innings of Daniel Stephen. What I enjoyed is the fact that he's a veteran, and we see so much of T20 cricket these days with all of the improvisations and the stroke play. And it was nothing short of class from what we've seen. All of the stylish knocks, all of the stylish shots that we witnessed today is not short of what we've been seeing with current cricketers. So really a good knock, and it will certainly stay in my memory banks for a long, long time. Well played, Daniel Stephen. So a quick rundown on what we saw today in this opening day of fixtures. The Eastern Storms taking on the Border Veterans. The Border Veterans being the defending champions. They won the toss and sent the Eastern Stormers into bat. And we saw an opening stand of 92 between Suleiman Ibrahim and Roland Braun. 40 and 41 was their scores respectively. And then Johan Nel chipped in with a very well played 45, and an equally good innings of 52 or 50 from Andre Steyn. There was 23 from Wajid Fazal, who batted really well. That ensured they got to at least a respectable score of 257. There was also 15 from Sean Kleingeld, and they finished on 257 for 9. And in the bowling innings, it was clearly a good one from the likes of Ellis and Russell Krug, and also Nazir Raja for a time. But it was all about the spin of Tyron Henderson initially that put the stops to what was a very good start. He bowled 9 overs, picked up 1 for 28 in his. He bowled 9 overs with 3 maidens and picked up 1 for 28. And then, of course, the day belonged to Justin Price, who went for 19 runs in his first 2 overs, eventually finished with 5 for 53 in an 8-over spell. And there was also very good bowling from Andrew Amsley. He's 7 overs, he picked up 2 for 47 and showed his all-round qualities. Coming in at number 3, hit a glorious 74 of 96 that included 10 fours in that partnership, which was worth 237 runs, if my mathematics is right. And the day clearly belonged to Daniel Stephen, who got 162 not out of 124 balls. And that included, in my estimation, I think 10 sixes and also as many fours. No, in fact 15, maybe 16 fours as well. We'll get those updates. And thereby seeing the Border team winning by 6 wickets and a great start in defense of their championship. Final word from you, Rob?
Well, if the rest of the week is of the quality of today's play, we're in for a wonderful time. Really enjoyed my first visit to this storied cricket ground, now in its 102nd year of existence, and I very much doubt in those 102 years it's seen a more clinical, more dominant batting performance than the one to which we were treated by Daniel Stevens today.
Yeah, indeed. And just to remind our viewers that the tournament continues tomorrow, day 2, rest day on Wednesday, and then Thursday will be the last of the round-robin matches, and on Friday, the final. The 2 teams that win each of the groups, that hit each of the groups, will play in the final here We are not too certain what the organisers have planned, or which of the two teams are scheduled for the main oval, but whoever it may be, you can be assured that we'll be here on air at 5 to 9. So join us tomorrow morning from the Willowmoore Cricket Ground in Benoni. It's goodbye for now.